Go for a hike in the woods, preferably off-trail to make the trip even more stimulating for your brain. Nature walks can also reduce stress. Try brushing your teeth with the opposite hand of what you would normally use. If it's too easy, you can also balance on one leg at the same time. When you break even the simple routines, you can challenge your brain to strengthen underused nerve cells.
As the world entered an unprecedented crisis, chess24 quickly created the first of its kind online chess tour. Working from Monday to Monday, we brought together the best players in the world. For the largest online prize fund ever, broadcast live in 10 languages, the tour innovated and filled the void created by the lack of in-person play, reaching more people worldwide than any chess event, live or online, ever. As the first season approaches its conclusion, we want to thank you for supporting chess24 by going premium. Whether because you want to improve your chess by perusing our vast library of content available only to premium members, or just to say thank you for all the fun we've had. We appreciate the support as we strive to entertain chess fans around the globe and expand the reach of the royal game.
Try to read upside down, for example in a newspaper or an email. This challenges your brain to increase its elasticity, that is, the ability to learn.
game 1 was a master class of how you should not play against Magnus. I don't know for what reason would you play a very dubious opening, and basically the one that Magnus invented himself.
Maybe you could just check this with your computer and you are just making fun of me right now, yeah? Because you know the violation and now you're asking me, okay, but what is this move from this is very interesting, let's try another one, and so on and so on. This is not going to work here, go on.
Hello everybody and welcome back to chess24. We are about to kick off set 2 of the semi-finals. I'm Tanya Sachdev and I am as always delighted to hang out with all of you, to watch all the chess action and spend this weekend watching some epic chess happen. Also because there aren't too many options, but more than that, we don't want to miss these semifinals and the finals. Let's take a look at what happened in set 1 yesterday. Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi cruised their way to match victory. They wrapped up the match in 3 games. Magnus Carlsen up against Peter Swidler. Game 1 will be remembered for that G5 blockbuster of a move. A very bold choice, even though not the accurate one, and the computer says that Black actually made a mistake there, but you've got to be impressed with the play Magnus showed. Playing G5 required Peter Swidler to make some right decisions. He failed, collapsed. Going into game 2, Peter Swidler played combative chess, sacrificed an exchange, took his chances, but Magnus Carlsen held his own to draw that game. Game 3 was again an all Magnus show to wrap that match up. Alexander Grischuk had the right words when he said that this is a masterpiece that shows exactly how not to play against the world champion. In the second match of our semi-final, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Anish Giri, I was expecting that match to be a lot closer than it turned out to be. It was an all Jan show. First game, Anish Giri was slightly better, actually a lot better, but then went into an end game where he had an extra pawn, but Jan held on. 131 move marathon of a game, ended in a draw, saw Jan come back with some straightforward, energetic chess to wrap up the match in 3 games, which basically leaves Anish Giri and Peter Swidler playing catch up going into day 2 of the semifinals because they have to win on demand to take the match to day 3. Joining us today for the commentary is going to be Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, Grandmaster Alexander Grischuk, and the legend amongst legend, Grandmaster Judith Bolger. And Judith is not even arguably, she is the strongest woman player in the history of chess, the only woman player who has made it to the world top 10 rankings. And Judith has often credited her play, her achievements to the upbringing that she's had, to the environment that she's had. She's been the proof of the nurture part that plays the role in the building of a champion. And I think that goes on to show that if our brains are trained in the right manner and in the correct direction, it's capable of achieving just unimaginable heights. And to talk more about how we can get these neurons to work at the best of their capacity, I am being joined by Geoffrey Walks from Merck. Let's welcome Geoffrey. Hi, Geoffrey.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. We are absolutely thrilled to have you with us to give us some insights on the workings of the brain, on brain health, because chess is often considered the ultimate brain game. Before we start talking about it, do you agree with that?
I think it's definitely, one of the best ways that you can use your brain. And it's sort of, as a sport, obviously, it focuses much less on physical ability and on mental strength and agility and the ability. So much of chess, of course, is about remembering and knowing a history of moves and how to best counter moves that you're being confronted with. So yeah, it's using your brain perhaps more than any other sport, for sure.
I'm going to accept all of that at face value. Geoffrey, now, there's a lot of awareness and information about physical health, about physical training, but not as much about brain health. And this is a conversation that I believe is becoming more and more relevant in today's time. And I think it's a topic that needs to be discussed and prioritized, especially because of the limited access that we have now towards outside stimulation of the brain and towards being able to have contact with the outside world. Do you believe that as well? And what is the relevance of brain health for today and for tomorrow, the future?
But I think brain health is it's a tremendous topic in society overall at the moment, and we see more and more. There's the potential. Statistics are, for example, that over 30% of us at some point in the future could develop some sort of a brain injury or brain have brain health issues or brain health challenges. You think about brain diseases like Alzheimer's and dementia and the sort of growth in the general population for those. So the focus on brain health has grown tremendously over the last number of years, absolutely. And when you think about it, the brain is an organ in your body, just like all other organs. And so is there a way to think about, in the same way that you maybe lift weights to train your muscles, what can you do to be thinking about training your brain to somehow do the best that you can to fight off the advances of potential brain health challenges in the future? And for us as a company, for Merck, we saw the chance to partner with someone like Magnus Carlsen and his company, Play Magnus, and Magnus's brain is obviously well known, certainly in the community here. And so for us, this sort of care and attention that we think is important to have the conversation in society about brain health just sort of led to it as sort of a natural way to partner, and then also help to have our voice as part of that conversation about brain health in society.
Right. And you mentioned something very fascinating about how brain is one of the organs that we should think about working on, just as we do with muscle building. To me, Geoffrey, and of course, I do not have any medical background, so I could be completely off mark here where you'll correct me. But I also feel that other organs, for example, whether it's your lungs or your heart or your kidneys, are things that, by diet or with physical exercise, we can ensure that they continue working optimally till age does its own thing. But it almost feels like with the brain, not only can you keep it at an optimal level with the right training, but also perhaps improve and enhance its skills.
Yeah, I think the improvement and the enhancements comes from a game like chess, for example, where you're using it sort of much more actively than, something like watching television, which would be much more passive. So there are, in addition to, much like you said, the other organs in the body, for sure, the effect of, negative things like smoking. Everyone knows smoking is bad. And of course, what effect does that have on your brain and on your brain cells in the future? So the more healthier lifestyle you live, it's going to help you, obviously, in the future when you're going to need your brain more and more as we get older, for sure.
Right. And from a future perspective, you mentioned especially to stop or to help with controlling a mental issue or a brain issue like dementia or even perhaps Alzheimer's. Is that something that can be worked on from an early age?
Yeah, I don't think there's really enough scientific proof to sort of make a connection that way. I think that would be a more sort of tenuous thing. I think what, what we like to focus on overall is this idea that when you think about games like chess or just activities that you can do, think about activities like you take a different route home from work, or you brush your teeth with your left hand if you're right-handed, let's say. So it's ways that you're trying to stimulate your brain. And again, I'm also not a doctor or a scientist in that way, but the idea is that you're stimulating your brain to then make sure you're going to keep it healthy for better use in the future.
So to keep challenging yourself to get out of the comfort zone.
Yes, yeah. And so, chess obviously is a great way to challenge yourself. Me personally, my sort of best challenge for myself personally is learning a new language, for example. So I think I'm at about 6 right now, of course, not fluent in all of them, but that idea that, when you are trying to speak another language that isn't your native tongue, and in a public setting, when you have to speak a language like German or Dutch, for me personally, then you're trying to remember all of the words and how to use them, how to form them, how to put them in the sentence, the word order and all of that. And so it's having to use your brain much more than when I'm speaking English, which is my native language, and I can just easily say without thinking so much in that way.
Yeah, wow, that's really super to hear, especially that even doing small everyday tasks like writing with your left hand or brushing with the other hand that you normally use is something that you can, that helps in stimulating your brain. I want to also talk about Merck partnering up with the world champion Magnus Carlsen. How do you see this partnership going forward? How does Merck see it play out in its initiative to promote brain health?
Well, I mean, like I said earlier, Magnus's brain is probably one of the most famous brains. And he's used it certainly to his advantage in his career. And so, yeah, for Merck, it was sort of a natural, someone that we looked at to thought, okay, if we want to bring brain health or the idea of challenging your brain and always being curious, and that sort of idea of challenging your brain and curiosity together with someone like Magnus, who is always challenging his brain and trying to, perform better than he has before and remain at the top of his game. I think for us, when we wanted to bring this as a topic to the greater society, it seemed like he was a good person to partner up with. He obviously has a tremendous presence, not only in the chess world, but in the world beyond the chess world as a celebrity. And so he was a great fit for us. So yeah, I mean, it was super exciting. And how we see it playing out, I mean, we'd like to be able to do more with him in terms of also sharing possible sort of championship opportunities with him and thinking about challenges where we could get people, give them maybe in the future, hopefully the opportunity to play against him and sort of learn more. We're working with his team with his app, for example, obviously. So that's also about teaching people chess. And as part of that, we're also involved in campaigns that are part of that app to sort of also bring brain health to people and make them aware of brain health as an important topic.
Right. Well, it makes perfect sense to me to partner up with somebody like Magnus Carlsen and with Play Magnus to promote this initiative. And what about events like the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour as well to spread this awareness? Do you think this plays a big role as well?
Yeah, because there is the topic of brain health in the general society, but I think even in the chess world as well. Although, as I think you alluded to at the beginning, chess obviously is a game that uses your brain much more than others. I think it's still important to realize, we all have family members in society, and we see the effects of or negative effects sometimes where brain health isn't as positive. And so, I think it's a great partnership and a good opportunity for us to then also talk to people outside of our normal pharmaceutical world, if you will, and sort of focus on an area that we find really important.
Geoffrey, do you play any chess yourself?
I do not. I'll confess.
All right.
However, I've downloaded the app and I just have to really start using it to start practicing.
So you are on Play Magnus, and it starts with Magnus being at a really young age, and then you go higher up.
Yeah, so I think I'm when he's still in the crib, probably.
All right, and Geoffrey, you mentioned that there are these small ways in which we might not have the opportunity to go out and interact freely with people currently in today's environment, but there are many small ways in which we can actually continue challenging and promoting brain health by doing simple tasks at home. If I asked you to just tell us 3 easy things that we all could incorporate in our daily lives, what would be your top 3 picks?
My top three things, I think one would be to read a book. I think with lockdown and COVID-19, that's something I discovered that, quite often when you're getting older and you're in the working world, you put that aside. And so to just pick up a book that has nothing to do with your work or your world or in that way to sort of take you on an adventure almost even into something that you haven't seen or experienced before, that's definitely one way. Puzzles, if those aren't your things. I mean, I think puzzles are huge right now during lockdown and now some post-lockdown, where you see a lot more people engaging in building puzzles at home, and huge complex ones versus those, simple 12-piece ones that we all did as kids. And then, yeah, my third thing would be like the physical challenges I like to do are like I said, walking home a different route, walking backwards, to try to make sure you're sort of coordinated that way. And I'm also trying to do things like challenge myself in a new sport that I haven't done. So like something like tennis, because it's outdoors and so it gives you more social physical distancing and things like that. So a lot more of the outdoor activity that you might have to do somewhere on your own, but others that you can sort of do still with a big open space, which is nice.
Right. And yeah, that's some great advice for all of us to simply incorporate in our daily routines, because to be honest, right now, there aren't so many opportunities for us to be doing, because I've always felt traveling, for example, is a great way to keep your brain engaged and to experience new things, but because that's on hold. Some great advice there. Geoffrey, also tell me one thing, there is this belief that a healthy mind, a healthy body, a healthy brain, a healthy body. There's, of course, it's easy to see with your physical fitness, the effect that it would have on the brain. But do you also believe that better brain health equals to better physical outcomes?
I don't know that there's necessarily a direct correlation. I mean, like we talked about earlier in terms of the negative aspects perhaps on your brain from something like smoking, but I think, overall, the idea of a healthy brain, because it is an organ, obviously. And so that, the more that you can do for your own physical health, that's going to then help your brain be able to operate at its best ultimate capacity. Right. So the mental challenges you can do, but then there is also, making sure that you are being as physically fit and trying to avoid all the bad things that we know are bad for us physically, will help us with our brain as well. That's the hope, certainly.
Right. And finally, about my last question before I let you go, Geoffrey, is that you partnered up with Magnus Carlsen, you partnered up with Play Magnus, and you see him as a great ambassador for promoting brain health. What's step 2 for Merck in that direction now?
Well, I think for us, it's trying to further the message with him. So it's trying to work with him in the future on events such as this and other events in the future, both chess related and some that are other sort of broader in society, to then include and being able to work with Magnus in those types of events so that we can share our message of brain health and he can be a part of that and share his aspects and again, be a great sort of shining example of the great things that a healthy brain can do. So yeah, I think there'll be a lot of future, hopefully, event opportunities. Obviously, we have to see with COVID-19 and how that works out. But then, yeah, we'd like to do sort of the more events we're able to do in the next number of years, the better it is for us, for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure we're all looking forward to that, because as we were talking about it, Geoffrey, that now more than ever, it's very important and very critical to prioritize brain health and to constantly work on it. And as a chess community, I think it's an honor for all of us to feel that Merck believes that chess truly is the ultimate brain game and wants to associate itself with chess going forward in this initiative.
Definitely, yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much for your time and for joining us.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yes,
good luck with the rest of the tournament for the weekend.
Yes, I hope you'll be following a little bit of the action. All right, we'll see you soon, hopefully around. And yes, look forward to everything that's coming up with Merck and the world champion.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
All right.
Take care.
And that was Geoffrey Walks from Merck, who have partnered up with the world champion Magnus Carlsen and the Play Magnus app to promote brain well-being and brain health. Talking about brain health and those gray cells, of course, a big semifinals match coming up in a must-win situation for Anish Giri and for Peter Swidler. Are they going to be up for it? We still have time for a liftoff. Let's take a look at the format of the semifinals. The semifinals is going to be played. It's a 3-set match where each game consists of a mini match of 4 rapid games with the time control of 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. In case of a tie, there will be 2 blitz games played with 5 minutes and a 3-second increment. And if that's still a tie, it goes into Armageddon. On their A game, and the way things are going, I do feel that we are headed for a final probably between Magnus and Jan. And if that has to change, something must happen today. The other big news for all of us is that we are going to be joined by perhaps the greatest player of all times. The 13th world champion, Garry Kasparov, will be with us in our commentary today to give us his insights. We're also going to have an opportunity to chat with him and ask him some questions. And just for today, the chess24 chat has been limited to premium members so that you could put up your questions for Garry there. Gary's going to be with us for a limited period of time. So I don't promise that I'll be able to ask all of it, but some of it I'm going to try and get it in. So in case you're not premium already, I highly recommend you do that right now. There's a 40% off and it gives you a chance to ask Garry some questions. The questions, I really want you to think about what they're going to be, because I've done some Q&As and I've got mixed feelings about asking Garry what superhero he wants to be or what superpower he wants. I am not sure if I want to put that across to Garry, so definitely have a thought on that. Talking about superheroes, I do see that we've got Jan with us. Let me see if I can pull him into our conversation. Jan, welcome. You're early today.
I've been here for hours. What are you talking about? Hi, Tanya. Hi, everybody.
Jan, what do you believe that today Peter Swidler and Anish Giri perhaps need some superpowers to be able to make it for tomorrow?
The good thing with these Zoom calls is they come in with a built-in superpowers. You just hit a button and you become invisible. So we've all accomplished that power over the last years. I'm not sure we'll help them today very much. Yesterday, it looked very one-sided, and
It really did.
I sort of struggle to believe that either will make a comeback. I'd be happy to be proven wrong, but yesterday it felt very much like one-way traffic.
And Jan, how excited are we about Garry joining us?
I'm very excited. We have Judith Polgar and Garry Kasparov on the show on one day. Like, how could we make this more legendary? We need Barney Stinson. That's the only step up I could think of.
I think it just, you're absolutely right. It just completes the entire Legends of Chess universe that we've been living in for the last 2 weeks. And of course, a big semi-final day coming up today. And let's also remind everybody that we've got the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour. There is the grand finale, the grand final event, which will be held right after the Legends of Chess. It starts on August 9th, and it's the 4 champions of the previous event qualify, but because Magnus has won more than one event, it's going to be the player with the maximum cumulative score throughout the event who makes it into the final. And as of now, Magnus Carlsen, Daniel Dubov, and Hikaru Nakamura are confirmed spots in the grand final. The 4th spot depends on what happens in this event. If Magnus Carlsen wins the whole thing, that would mean Dingleren would be the 4th player. In case Magnus Carlsen is not the winner, then whoever wins qualifies for the grand final. And I also see that we are joined by Judith. Let's welcome Judith on the show. Hi, Judith.
Hi, how are you? How was yesterday? I saw there was some great excitement.
Yesterday was thrilling, but also I do feel that especially the Anish-Jan match was a little bit of a letdown. I felt that was going to be a lot closer than how it ended up being. Jan just wrapping up the match in 3 games, game 2 and game 3 masterpieces by Jan, but Anish really didn't put up the kind of fight that all of us were expecting. Judith, you were not with us watching it. How did you feel about the games yesterday?
Actually, I had a very little time to check the games of yesterday, but so like two, which it was a highlight, is G5 and E5. It was funny that I was watching that on both reactions. It was after F4 in Magnus's game. It was G5, and when I saw this move, I said again that it's incredible. Like if I would do this 10 years ago, and then people look at me like, how crazy am I? But G5 is I really love these moves, G5 and G4 in many of my games I was playing. I mean, even I showed it to my husband, who is an amateur chess player, and he looked at it. It looks ugly, but I see that he just won the game. And also Nepo, when he played E5 after F4, it was quite an amazing. I didn't have time to check it, whether how sound it was later on in that game, but it was quite shocking, the piece sacrifice and all what was happening. So I'm pretty sure it was great entertainment for the audience.
Absolutely, Judith. And I think all of us have very little doubt that if it was your game, you would have gone for G5 without thinking too much. We've seen the way you've analyzed. We know your combative style, no doubt in that. Judith, today is a big day for us because Garry is going to be joining us very, very soon. And before we kick off, share one of your big memories with Garry.
Well, I had really many memories with Garry. The first time I met him, it was 1988. It was quite memorable for me. Of course, I was only 12 and a half years old, and we played at the Olympiad. When I think it was after round 10, for somehow we made an appointment, and it was a free day. So the whole family went together for a walk with Garry. Susan and Garry was discussing some things and how the Olympiad is going and etc. And he was impressed by our performance. So and it was very interesting. It was very special. Of course, later on, I got to play against him, which probably at that moment he didn't think that it will be that way. But the first game I played against him, it was 94 in Linares, and then in 97, and in later cases in rapid and classical games. So a lot of excitement there was.
You know, I am so jealous to even think about that you had Bobby Fischer stay at your place and you got the time to interact with him and to play chess with him. Then all these memories with Garry. Then you've got somebody like Vishwanathan Anand saying that she's one of us. When you look back at all of this, these are great memories, no?
Yeah, it's how the time is passing. It's even nicer and more funny and most nostalgic feeling to look at it back. And yeah, of course, it's also nice to talk about it and remember. And also sometimes I bump into my game here and there, or for whatever reason I'm looking for older games. And yeah, it's a nice. It was a very nice journey what I had.
We love all the stories that you bring on this show, Judith. Coming to the games today, from your experience and your expertise, how hard is it to make a comeback in such a situation, especially considering the quality of play that we had yesterday?
It's always very difficult to come back. I think the most important thing that somehow you don't press yourself, that it doesn't influence you so much that, okay, it's a must-win situation, you have to come back. Though for some people, maybe it gives a special push and special mindset and adrenaline that they have to win. It's always very difficult, especially if you think about it, that you have to beat the world champions. So, but it's also not so easy sometimes to play on the other side when you're taking the lead and then you think, okay, I'm getting very near to go to the final, right? And of course, to go to the final for Ian, for example, of course, it would be a huge step ahead, especially that we shouldn't forget that still he's leading in the candidates tournament.
Yes.
I think they have a kind of special relation in Magnus and Ian, like a rival relationship. Of course, it's the same with Garry a little bit. But I can say that, well, Svidler is not the person who is really aiming for the world championship title, right? But the other two players are really potential challengers of Magnus. So all these nuances and little details which happens on the way, it does count, because they always play against each other, and even a blitz game or a rapid game can make an impact on the later how you look at the other one, how much you're afraid, or what kind of risk are you ready to take. So it does matter.
Indeed, a lot at stake, and we do have liftoff, so I'm going to pass it on to Jan and Judith. And again, connect with us using the hashtag #ChessLegends. Enjoy the games.
Thanks.
Here we go. Hi, Judith. Thanks, Tanya.
Hi.
Let's jump right into it. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Peter Svidler. We have another Sicilian. Good news.
Yeah, that's always great. For sure, it's not going to boring. That we can make sure. Started out with a Najdorf and bishop e3.
Yeah, Peter talked yesterday a little bit about that he felt it was the correct strategy for him to go for as sharp positions as possible as against Magnus, that quieter positions hadn't really worked. So probably not a surprise he starts off with the Sicilian. And Magnus plays e6, bishop e2, which I guess he's keeping his options open. He could still transpose to quieter lines.
Well, which is actually becoming a Scheveningen, right?
Right.
And most likely Magnus will be playing the solid way, castling short. No,
Not
maybe
yet.
this was only a trick to play bishop e2 first. No, actually he was doing it against knight e4, knight g4, of course.
Yeah. I remember at some point, I guess in the 90s or 2000s, Mickey Adams on the white side, he started playing these English attack systems, but sometimes he would combine them with bishop e2, which to me always looked like a strange combination, but Mickey certainly understood what goes where. So
But
I'm curious.
I think it's also an idea, because after f3, many people play eventually at some point h5, and then you cannot go f4 or you're losing time, right? So this way, after bishop e2, it stops knight g4, and later on white can play f4. And also, if white goes long castle, the rooks are connected with each other. So it's a developing move, but we used to from the some decades ago when the English players started to play f3. I played it with the white side, with the black side. So there were many games, many sharp games. But eventually, that was also a lot of theory with a lot of details and complications there.
That's what happens to the fun lines, no? At some point, they become so theoretical that even those.
Well, eventually, yeah, everything becomes theoretical, especially when top guys or world champions are starting playing it. I mean, you remember the 6 knight g4 line when Kasparov came up with that system. And it's not his system, because Polugaevsky was playing it a lot. But when Garry rethought the whole system, it was practically attached to his name, right? And I remember that actually this was once my strategy, that as he was an expert with the black pieces to have this game, I decided to play it with the black pieces myself against him. And actually it was a great choice, and it was a draw, very interesting draw. But it's definitely that he was the biggest expert of this system.
So you thought either he knows how to beat it, then we all learn something, or maybe he doesn't like fighting against his own guns.
Yeah, I thought, well, if he believes in it so much, show it with white what people have to do. And actually he couldn't show it what white had to do. So it was quite an unpleasant situation for him. But okay, eventually we have f3 because it had to be protected the e4 pawn.
Yeah, we see this a3. We debated a little yesterday that I think in the old days, people didn't play a3 in reply to b5, no? Like you were being mocked a bit for that, but computers disagree. So now we see Magnus in all these sharp positions play a3.
Well, actually, it's interesting that all these lines, especially the sharp lines, how the engines are forming it, right? Because before, when we were not using engines, we had a feeling, intuition for it. And sometimes it was so dangerous to grab a pawn on e4 that you said, oh, no, let's say against Kasparov or Anand, no, I won't take it. It looks very suspicious. And if he's sacrificing it, it must be good also. But now that you have the engine and people are looking the advices of it, somehow you're sometimes more careful, right?
Yeah. So
Okay,
Looks
knight
like a
on
normal position to
d7.
me.
Yeah, knight on d7 is a must, and later on knight e5 or knight b6 is expected to c4. And rarely knight c5 happens in these lines. After a3, usually it's not knight c5.
Yeah, I'm not doing much there. I'm always curious, let's say, I don't know if this is the right move, but
I'm
in
not
these
sure
type of
bishop
positions,
e7. Yes, that's possible.
can you take here? I never quite understand who's better and why.
Well, and actually a3 is very useful in this situation. We can show that if, let's say, queen c6 and we grab everything on d6, the a2 pawn is not hanging, right?
Exactly.
So this could be actually a very nice choice for white. I think I like it for white, but what do you think about playing instead of bishop e7 after long castle to play d5?
Ah, very direct. I think
Yes,
as
because
usual,
it's yeah, breaking the center, and also I think b4 is kind of can be unpleasant. Knight takes d5.
as
Knight takes
usual, my
d5.
memory is not great, but I do recall having seen something like this. And here, either bishop f4, or sometimes I even play knight to f5 directly.
Well, for now, after knight f5, nothing is happening. Nothing is threatening so deeply, but I cannot develop for the moment. That's true.
I think I saw a game by my teammate Etienne Bacro, maybe in Bundesliga, where some bishop f4 happened. I'm not sure if it's this exact position.
Then maybe bishop queen b7 and b4 next.
At some point he jumped, maybe no.
I go for b4.
Knight d6.
Takes. And probably white is better because black can't castle. Yeah. B takes a3, bishop a3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather play this with the white side. True.
No, we'll see. d5 looks very principled, but could also backfire. So,
but okay, bishop e7 immediately. What you suggested, knight b5. I think it's very promising for white. Because with the bishop pair, also the bishop is on e2 already, so rook d1 will be doubling on the d file. So white is kind of having a tempo or two up to some other systems, I think. Or at least it looks pretty good. Black is not too active. King e7, rook d1, let's say rook hc8. I think I still rather play it with white. Bishop b5, a4. I think this would happen if bishop e7 comes.
Yeah, looks
as
nice.
Knight b5 is actually a very possible choice for white. Black can try to play something which can be more useful for him, and then he's not losing time with bishop e7. So for example, let's say a knight e5 or rook c8. Yeah, knight e5. What happens on this?
I do not know. This still looks principled to me, because if not, if we allow knight c4, we lost the tempo with bishop e2. Not so clear what black has to fear.
Well, but let's say knight takes b5, a takes b5, knight takes b5, queen c6, takes on d6, takes. Now, for example, I don't know, maybe rook c8 immediately.
Okay, I'll be primitive and take.
Yeah, bishop takes.
Yeah, maybe better version than what we just saw. Still, I think I like white here.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually, because king e7 is not possible here either, because bishop c5 check comes. And also f4 can be sometimes a tempo up. But actually d5 happened in the game.
He did play d5.
Yeah.
He takes d blitzed out. We'll see if we get something along these lines.
Actually, it's strange that Peter is thinking at this point. I don't think you have b4 or something. That would be exaggerating, I believe. No.
Just take
I think just a takes b4, no?
Sorry, what was that?
Well, I guess a takes b4 simply, and d takes e6. It's hard to believe that it can be something good for black. In the other hand, it's strange, no? That after e takes d5, we don't have the move yet. Or maybe the technology is missing out. I don't know.
No, it looks like.
Or do you
he's
think
in
bishop
deep
takes
thought.
d5 possibly?
He took with the
And
bishop,
the
indeed.
bishop
Yeah.
d5. Okay, because black wants to keep the option to play b4. Interesting. Very interesting.
So if I play, let's say g4, then b4. is
b4.
coming.
Actually, I like bishop d5. And it's not something that it comes to mind instantly. Knight d5 was the natural move. But after a3, it is a good, interesting choice that b4 is a threat. It gives a little uncomfortable situation for white. Because if knight takes d5, knight takes d5, black is threatening to take on e3 the bishop and also still wants to go b4 anyway. And it's not so easy to attack the d5 knight at all.
So what are our options? Like king b1, maybe?
I think b4 anyway.
I was hoping there would be some trick, but I'm not
What,
sure.
some knight b5 kind of
Some
trick?
jump.
But you open up your bishop a2.
Oof.
What do you think about bishop a2? Just to play little jokes.
Yeah, that's nice. King a1 and some queen a5. Or
Well, a takes b5 is
AB,
not too bad either, maybe.
Yeah. That's very good.
But it looks frightening, AB and knight d5.
Yeah, this is just good.
Well, this is not something Magnus would be looking forward.
And he's played bishop to f4.
Yes, this is a very common reaction. You also tried it, right? Without the knights to play bishop f4. And now it's a big question where black queen should be going. To b7, to b6, or a7? Queen a5 is also possible, though.
Queen a5, at least I can chicken out with knight takes d5. No.
Yeah, queen d2,
Bishop
bishop d2, knight d5.
Okay.
But I'm not sure it's a big deal for white. Do you think so?
No, nothing special, no?
Okay, but let's see what happens if, let's say, black goes queen b7, because his focus is on playing b4 next. And he has to win, right? Today.
Yeah, he played queen b6. I'm
Queen
wondering
B6.
if queen b7, maybe this knight f5 is a topic again.
It's interesting that how much is intuition and how much is calculation in these tactical Sicilians, right? Because usually it's not in the next move that you find out whether the queen should be on b7 or a7, or b6 or b7, a5. But for the moment, of course, the idea is, I believe, also that it's covering the black squares, and the d5 does not need the protection from b7.
Yeah, and we're no longer vulnerable to all
In the
these
other hand,
b6
after
squares.
b4, knight a4 can come with a tempo, but maybe that's, I mean, that is possible that in this way, g4, b4, knight a4, queen a5, b3. So knight c5 cannot be because a, knight b6, bishop c7.
Yeah, Magnus plays a more useful move than g4, just rook h1.
Yeah, and this is why now we see that Hawaii bishop e2 was so essential, because in the next move probably he would be going back to f1, and suddenly all his pieces are perfectly placed. Right? There is no better place for his pieces if he goes back to bishop f1 next move.
Yeah.
After that, he can go with his pawns, g4, g5.
And black still has to get development finished. No, it doesn't look so simple.
And you know what we shouldn't forget? That if black goes b4, something like knight d5, knight d5, knight e6 sometimes.
Oof.
And bishop c4 or something. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm exaggerating now, but these kind of things might as well. But you know, if f3 would be not there, queen d5, bishop h5, rook e8 would work. Here. Yeah, bishop h5, rook e8. Nice, mate.
Not legal. Yeah, very dangerous.
Sometimes, yeah.
Let's briefly look at the other game. That's a long theoretical line, which yeah, is somewhat less exciting. Anish,
Yeah, I had this on the board so many times. It was always so boring.
Even bishop d2? That's a bit of a newer...
No, usually I played castle.
Yeah, like...
He takes d5 and then castle.
Is extremely boring. Bishop d2 is a bit of a new try to keep the tension. I think Vityugov was the first to do this. But by now, as you mentioned earlier, everything becomes theory.
Was it Stockfish or Commodore or which one?
I'm sure one of the engines lists this, at least in their top 3 moves. Then again, it's not that much choice. So,
yeah.
Castles. And here black can play some quiet move, some rook b8. The one thing black shouldn't do is play something like rook e8, because then I think knight takes d5 is a useful trick. But Anish decides to force the issue.
Well, it's pretty straightforward.
Black is a pawn up for now, but probably not too excited about.
Well, yeah, with such a pawns, you need at least a pawn up, right, to compensate. Some nice pawns of black, yeah. Actually, on the king side, it's not so bad, right? I mean, it will come f5, king g7, king f6, bishop e6, and then black can be great.
And they're playing this endgame. Black, yeah, pawn up, but horrible pawn structure. I guess.
Yeah, but you can't win them. How do you win them? Rook on e5 stands perfect.
Yeah.
If the king reaches to e7, what can go wrong for black?
I think it's nothing special. Also, I trust Anish to have done his homework.
But I think it can easily be worse for white. If black is reaching to play bishop e6, f5, I mean, then maybe it's just going to be a pawn up, right?
I don't know. I would guess white is always...
You don't like it with black, do you?
Yeah, if you play bishop e6, I have this d7 square, like this pawn is not...
No, first I want to bring the king with black to e7. And that's clear, somehow to control all the possible entry for the white rook.
So you're saying I should do something active. Like rook c3, is that a move?
What if I go just c5? Is it exaggerating things? I don't see how this white is going to do something bad to black.
Yeah, no particular prompts. I'd love to play something to d5, but b2
yes, but the problem is the b2 is under attack still.
No, black looks solid.
And next move, I think maybe already bishop e6 or king f8, yeah.
Jan decides to just address the situation in the center, plays f3, exchanging the e4 pawn before it gets...
But now I would be going with black king f8 and f3 bishop e4, and then stabilize it with f5.
But look at the pawns. It's 7 isolated pawns.
Only 6 because 6 on the board.
I can't count. But the notion still stands.
Well, what about rook f1? King e7, because after f5, g4 potentially could be.
Also, can I go rook d7?
Ah, yeah, rook d7 now. That's that I miss. So that's the idea. Okay, so I have to be faster and control things. So king f8, maybe I have no time.
Yeah, just ef, is that an issue? I like this f3, gets rid of this pawn.
Yeah, that's what happened.
He took, rook takes, bishop g4. We should mention there's rook g3.
Ah, yeah, rook g5. Yeah. No, it's nothing special. It's just, it's not a blunder, I just wanted to say.
Garry goes c5.
Yeah, black wants to go c4, right?
All right, let's face it, the other game is more exciting. Can we call this roughly
Wow,
equal?
long
Is that fair?
castle. He must have been afraid of all these knight d5, knight e6, you know, or something similar to that. If castle long.
But I read in Polugayevsky's book, if you have to castle long in the Najdorf as black, something's gone wrong.
Well, I can agree in general.
This looks very risky, no? The king. How safe is it on c8, b7?
It's the word safety, I think, for this game, black can forget.
Okay, Peter was looking for action, not safety.
He wanted to make
Doing
sure that we all have great entertainment.
That's
Wow,
his number
long
one
castle.
concern. He's just such a people pleaser.
Well, it's not that I see that how it's white is taking advantage after this. Because if black has the time to play bishop c5 and bishop goes back to b7, let's say, and even e5 sometimes is a threat, things can be okay.
I'm just worried about the king long term, but yeah, I don't see any direct operation.
Interesting. I don't know if black wants to go b4 next, because I'm considering what if white starts to play g4.
b4, the poor king.
Knight a4. Queen a5, right? Well, no doubt about it that it's scary, but white
Yeah,
has
what
to
do you do?
prove
Just
it that-
b3?
Yeah, but after that, I think you just go knight b6, for example. And we shouldn't forget about e5 options. After all, probably it's winning a piece. Right?
That does sound relevant.
He went bishop e3. This is a logical move, but black is just going to go bishop c5, I think.
Maybe b4?
B4. B4. I'm not sure it's such a great move, actually. It's just forcing black to take on d4. Takes, and then black goes back queen b7, I guess. Queen c7, bishop b5 would kill it, right? Takes, takes, and you have no good square for the queen. No, I think it's...
Checkmate? How do you finish it off here?
Maybe not. I thought to go queen c3 and bishop a7, but yeah. Queen h2. Queen f4 check. Sorry, I blundered that. No, then this is not good.
Something else happened, and I saw our little engine bar jump all the way up.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to give up his black bishop. He's aiming to play b4 eventually. Or bishop c5 to develop, but not to be able to force to exchange it.
He played queen b7. What can white do? a4 played by Magnus.
Well, now black has to react on this.
I would guess pawn to b4. What's his point? Knight d5?
Well, I doubt that he wants to play knight b1.
Unlikely. Now he's arguing that, I don't know, a4, b4.
What about knight b3 and trying to reach out to a5? And also stop bishop c5 or knight c5. Because knight a5 is threatening with quite a bit.
Yeah, knight d5, knight d5, knight b3 on the board.
It happened. Yeah, now the white squares are kind of tricky.
Also, a4 helped strangely because it looked like it opened the queen side, but to close it, because now after b4 there are no more pawn breaks.
Yeah.
Nothing to worry about.
I think actually I liked bishop c5 better. Maybe it was also problematic, but now I think I don't like black's position.
Yeah, I haven't liked it since long castles. All right, Svidler in trouble. The other game feels like math.
But you see,
exchanges
after
are
long
going.
castle, maybe if the queen would be on b7, it would be a better place for the queen. Because then bishops, yeah, well, probably then bishop e3 would have been not played.
Yeah. Well, there's my usual knight f5 ideas.
Yes, but knight f5 I think would not work because e takes f5, knight d5, knight c5.
Yeah, I mean, if you start with queen b7, maybe I can...
Immediately, instead of rook e1.
Yeah.
Yeah. True.
All right, the other game, set it for draw?
Well, check rook d1, I guess.
Yeah. Or
And then
rook
it's
d2,
a
I thought.
great way of making draw. Repetition, rook d2, rook f2.
Exactly. It's a pattern we've seen before.
Well, yeah, I would make a bet that the game is not going to last more than 5 moves. But maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not taking it. Because also if you start with rook d2, this is happening, right?
Yes, but with black, you cannot play for a win.
No, it's just a draw.
Queen c6. Okay, and after knight a5, queen a4, he wants to go, I guess. Right? Bishop a6 check, king b8. And white is threatening with checkmate and take on a5. Okay, so this white cannot do.
What do we do? I would, of course, consider a5 to keep the pawn, but it's a bit sad. The knight can't go here.
Yeah, it's a5 looks very good. The only problem is that we will never play knight a5 anymore.
Yeah.
But it looks pretty powerful. But you know, after a5, black goes knight e5, let's say.
Can I go here?
I don't like this. No, this is nasty.
Yeah.
No, this is not happy for black. He played queen d4.
So generous.
And we shouldn't forget that black did not develop with his pieces, with his f8 bishop and rook. And he's not going to do this with these. And now knight a5 is a threat, because then bishop a6 and queen a7 mate. Well, of course, yeah.
What can Peter do? Take on e3?
Actually, it looks scary for black.
Do you recapture? Can you go queen a7? What's going on here? Ah, I blundered mate in 1. Apologies.
Queen e3. Let's do the solid way. Maybe bishop c5. It doesn't look good.
No, the king is just always weak. No, any move. Peter did something else.
Bishop d6. And what does he want to go on knight a5? What does he have in mind? Queen's...
Oof. Queen a8 is not the most promising move.
Well, not really.
Just looks
But
bad,
it seems like it's a pawn down, no? I mean, if he has to go queen c5, then white takes on a6, king c7, and I don't know, takes on c5.
Knight
Well, maybe he wants to
b7.
go queen c5, knight c5. And then bishop c5, and he has some compensation. But still, it's a pawn down, right? Knight c4 and bishop b5.
Knight b7, you have bishop
Knight b7.
Yeah, but even this. White is
Well, it
safely
looks
better.
something went very wrong.
Speaking of very wrong,
I think,
we're
I mean,
wrong.
it's a draw
game.
already, Vivian. They went more moves than I expected, but it's a draw.
Exactly. All right, draw there. Anish Giri, well prepared, neutralizing this bishop d2 line.
Knight a5 is on the board.
And queen c5 blitzed out. What else? Let's have a look at Peter Svedler.
Okay, so bishop a6, king c7.
Peter looks thoughtful, but a little sad, of course. He can't be happy with his position.
Okay, so bishop a6, king c7.
And knight b7 played. Yeah, this is just bad.
Ah, knight b7 played.
Or rook d4. Rook d4 is clever because he doesn't even allow bishop f4 check.
And rook a8. No, not now. In that position, in the final position, I just said the check and rook a8.
Ah, yeah.
And suddenly black is taking over, almost.
But still rook a8.
And what's the move on rook c4? King b8? No, but knight d6, knight f7.
It's not great.
Well, what else, right? Takes, knight f7, rook f8, knight g5, rook a4, but I don't think it's savable against Magnus.
No. And
Interesting.
Magnus is not messing
Magnus
around. He
just
didn't even give rook c4
went
check.
for keeping the pair of
Completely winning
bishops.
as well. Two bishops,
Wow.
pawn up, better king.
Yeah, bishop f4, bishop d2, and take on b4, right?
He's too good, that Magnus guy. Poor Peter. He had a great tournament, but he has no chance in this match. So far.
Yeah, Magnus is not the guy who gives too many chances to the opponent, right?
No, and this time, I guess he also caught him in some opening prep. I'm not an expert on the details, but looked like it went bad quickly. And Peter did resign.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, this was a hopeless position, of course, against the two bishops, with the king in the center, pawn down, another one falling.
Well, there was not really much to fight for, right?
No. So Magnus Carlsen wins the first game. As usual, it's very tough in this format to come back being down 1-0, in particular against Magnus. The good news for Peter is he still has 2 white games left this time around. So now he's going to have to come up with a way to put some pressure on Magnus.
Yeah, but it's a pity. It's not nice to lose a game so quickly, right? The whole game was 26 moves, and he couldn't get out of the opening to the middle game to have a real tough game. Somehow in the beginning d5, and then It's interesting that with long castle, somehow it was dangerous, right?
Yeah, it became very move by move.
In the other hand, if you think about it, white was completely prepared against d5. You cannot be more prepared against d5 when your rook is just about to come into the center on e1. I mean, still, of course, white has his bishops on the e file, but actually I liked bishop d5. Takes, takes, bishop f4. Still, I think I would go. Yeah, you say queen b7, knight f5.
I'm not sure, just look.
No, but sorry, after knight f5, you go b4.
I don't think we have a
And
board
queen
currently.
takes
We wouldn't need that. So knight f5, b4?
Mm-hmm. Or you go, no, you go knight takes d5 here, right? And takes and knight d6.
Yeah. So give that check, it looks so
Take
scary.
takes a5. Then what, bishop c4?
Yeah, or rook e1 maybe. What about bishop c4? Looks good. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd be scared. Poor king.
I can understand that.
We'll hand over to Tanya. Judith, if you have a minute. Tanya, as usual, has many questions.
As usual, I love that, Jan. Okay, Judith, this is something that caught my eye on Twitter and I have to bring it up. And this is by the elusive panda. And he says, if GM Judith Polgar was a chess piece, she'd be a queen, not because she's a woman, but because she's so strong. Judith, when you were growing up and in your early years, there were a lot of people who perhaps did not believe that your sisters and you could truly make it or be a big challenge to the very best in the world. And I've seen you analyze with the best players in this broadcast, and I've seen your trait of never backing down, of playing fearlessly. Do you think even back then, when there were all these questions that are you good enough because you're a woman to challenge the best, do you think that was extra motivation for you?
I don't know whether I had extra motivation, but I had motivation because I felt it that it's just not, I was not thinking too much about it, how fair or unfair this is in life, that just because I'm a girl, they look at my moves in a different way and they don't believe it, they don't trust it. I had to prove it, of course, much more time than if I would have been a boy. But I like challenges, and I think that's why I could become the player I became, because it was somehow a driving force for me that they don't believe me that I can do it, but I will try, I fight, I have the fighting spirit for it. So many times it was, I think, giving even a great push to me. It was even interesting that if people don't believe it and then you want to prove it that you can do it.
Yeah, that's exactly that's what I thought, because we've seen your, I think, that attitude and that approach to the game, which hasn't changed even today. Judith, you were in the top 10 and at your peak in the mid 2000s. I think around 2005 was when you had reached your peak rating and you were considered one of the best players in the world, not one of the best female, but one of the best players in the world. Did you ever truly believe that you could become world champion?
It's interesting because when I was a child, it was always in our mind that, wow, one day it would be, the goal is to become world champion and beat the guys. It always stayed there, but in tournaments generally, I was always focusing to do my best and play my best, make my best preparation. But I mean, later on, I understood that it's to become a world champion, you need much more things, and it's not necessarily about your knowledge only, but simply many different things. Finding the perfect or very supportive trainer, to have your dedication on extra scale. Timing with many different things, And I think for me, looking for a family in my in later years, it was much more important than giving up everything and only focusing on becoming the best. But you have to be very, 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 very good with exceptional skills, I think, to become world champion.
On that note, I'm going to hand it over to Jan and Judith as the games have kicked off. Enjoy this game. We'll be chatting more with Judith.
Will do. Thanks.
Speaking of exceptional skills, Anish Giri will need all his skills to come back against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And they are debating another theoretical line, this English 4 knights, pawn to e6. Here the main move is g3. Magnus has experimented with e4, but the move Anish plays a3 is also quite well known, just stopping bishop to b4 in order to go e4. And we'll get some sort of headshot position.
Actually, we have quite a few during this tournament, right? In different forms, but
yeah.
To have
First of all, this knight f3 looks like a strange move. The point is if white goes bishop e2, then black plays d5, and that equalizes. So the point of knight f3 is to stop pawn to
d5.
d5.
That wouldn't give too much of an interesting fighting game to us.
But now we get some action, because in this position, this is a well-known position. People used to play plans with queen c7, b6, bishop b7. But there's also this very concrete move, which I think Vishy Anand has played in the past as well. Queen to a5. Just threatening the pawn on e4, making white play bishop to d2. Because of bishop d3, I believe. I hope I don't blunder material, but I believe d5 worked. So bishop d2. And another funny move, queen to h5. Once again, preparing d5. And here's where it gets really interesting. What do you think about Anish's next move? Rook to g1.
Oh my God, rook g1? I know I retired 6 years ago nearly, but things really changed in this game. Maybe I should come back, right? I mean, I could make these kind of moves before. Crazy g4, g5, and this.
To me, this looks like a touch piece situation. If you touch your rook accidentally on
it's
h1.
A mouse slip, right? We should ask Gary later on this rook g1. I mean, I don't know.
Well, it makes
it's shocking to me. I understand that g4 is the main idea for people to play these days, right? g4, g5, but is really g4 threatening now in the next move?
I think just h3 and then g4. At least that's how the game went.
So why did you play rook h1, not h3? Because anyway, you cannot go g4 because of the pin.
Yeah, I don't know.
What would Polugaevsky say if he said, if long castle in the neither, things go wrong? If you have to... So what about d5? Knight e5 was played.
Yeah.
No, a6 first. He played a6 like if nothing happened. He says, okay, I give you another move, right? Because you're slow anyway.
Anish plays a3, saying, if you give me one more move, I will play g4.
Actually, I'm surprised on a6, don't you?
Looks very slow, no? Or very off topic somehow. So h3, knight to e5, pawn to g4, takes, queen c5. Starting to look nice for white, no?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to say. If this is the reaction on rook g1, then it's just fine. No? I really like it for white.
With Nepomniachtchi, because he's hardly taken any time to think about it. But I think he's also the type who doesn't like to admit that he's been surprised in the opening and take some minutes, because this can't be right for black, no?
Well, if you prepare against rook g1 in that position, it means you don't get a minute of sleep.
Life's too short.
If you have the time to prepare against... I know it's a rapid game, I completely understand, but...
No, but I'm not saying that he should be prepared for it. I'm saying if you're not prepared for it, spend 2-3 minutes, no?
Yeah. But here I think white is challenging black. Bishop
Looks like a
d3.
dream, whatever. A Sicilian hedgehog.
h4, a5. Black is not going to be playing for quite some time.
B5.
And his pieces are messy, no? Probably some f5.
All looks very dangerous. F5, I
Bishop
can maybe even ignore
d3.
him. Bishop d3.
Yeah, we give up the f. Yeah, takes queen f. Ah, no, rook I didn't want to give up. Actually, why not?
Yeah, let's try.
Why not after all? Takes and bishop g6, mate. We are enjoying ourselves.
Looks like the old days.
Yeah. Going back in time. Because after king d1, queen f2, yeah, if queen f2, king d1, you go g6, let's say. White is just going king c2, I guess, and rook f1.
Looks
Okay,
totally
knight d6
Russian.
is strong, but I think white is just moving away with his queen. And then rook f1, it seems to be quite scary, no?
Yeah.
Well, knight on f5 can be strong, actually. Queen g4, knight f5. So maybe I exaggerated.
Looks good, no?
But if bishop d3 is not good, then f5 may be a good reaction. But he played b5. So now he starts giving back his pawns. Well, it's clear that he wants to go for the initiative, but giving up a pawn. But still, the knight is on e8, right? It will come to d6, but... Well, now it's a question, how does white capture the b5 pawn? With the bishop or with the knight?
Bishop looks most natural, but knight takes, maybe threatening some bishop b4. Although Jan would probably be happy to see that.
Question.
Let's say I go here.
You want to sacrifice, right? King d2. And eventually f5, right? King d2, f5.
Freeing the pieces.
This is typical Jan, right?
He's very focused, even more than the others, I think, on the initiative and not getting into the defensive. No, so yes, I like the reaction. We have liftoff in the other game. It's quiet. It's a ratey. Any thoughts on this line?
Well, let's see what Peter pulls out from the hat.
Yeah. White has generally two options having played pawn to c4. One is the one he does, pawn to d3. And then you want to fight for these dark squares, queen b3, bishop e3. Yeah, making very positional. The other is to play with pawn to d4, which is not considered very dangerous, but I've seen people do this as well. Knight e5 also there. But Peter goes d3. Hard to believe that you can put pressure on Magnus with this very quiet approach. But it's not like I have better options. D6.
Okay, this is going to be a long game.
Yeah,
looking the
let's go to the other one. Sorry, guys, this is too dull.
Okay, so black has a great activity by now. But it's a great question whether is he have enough compensation for the pawn.
This knight on d6, who was it? Maybe Morozevich? He was playing some Sicilian lines and then knight e8, knight d6, no?
But sometimes, you know, it's a killer in the pause, and also you keep your pawn on d7, and eventually, once when it's good, it's like a killer. Queen e2 was very logical. Knight c4, he wants to go. I don't know. Sometimes it seems to be it's a pawn down, right?
Still from where he came from, like this position looked so horrible. Now at least the pieces are going somewhere. So it feels like progress to me. It's like a Benko. Not
Yeah,
quite.
strange version of it, right?
Yeah. No c-pawn. Speaking of Benko, did you get to meet him?
Oh yeah, he was kind of my coach for many years when he was
Wow.
at the time when he was half a year in the States and half a year in Hungary. When he was in Hungary, he was like, when we were home, he was visiting us once or twice, once a week or every 2 weeks once. He was always showing us his new studies, which was usually impossible to solve. And yeah, I was always amazed by the depths of the studies he created, that it has so much practical endgame knowledge, but it's still a study because everything is just perfect. And he showed all the studies and problems also. So he was a very interesting personality with very straight character. And of course, he was very happy that I played the Benko Gambit for quite a long time when I was 10,
put
11.
it on the board.
Yeah.
This is the Benko Gambit, which had amazing longevity. You just give a pawn and play for long-term compensation. It's a great contribution.
Well, he was one of the person who was an extremely high-level chess player, and he was a personality who always said what he was thinking. He was very straightforward and made exceptional studies as well.
Have you ever done that? Have you composed chess studies?
Yes, I did, but only 2. And just the other day when we saw the game of Kramnik, this missing out knight f7, knight h6, I thought about it. Oh, I should make a study out of this. If Paul would be still alive, I'm sure he would do. And that's how I made one of my studies when I played my game against Shirov. And then after that, I made the study out of it.
Let's see if I can find the moment you mentioned. Oh, yeah, it was here.
Yeah.
d8, bishop h4, and knight f7 was the way to save it. Although he did save it later, but he shouldn't have.
Yeah.
This trick. Bishop goes.
But later he needed Magnus's help for that.
Yep. No, it's the finale of his study. It's not f7.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And actually, if you go back in the last few moves, it's already you can even set up as a study because it's forced. It's all forced, right?
Yeah. Looking forward to your knight h6 check study.
Sorry?
I'm looking forward to your study with the...
Yeah, I'm not sure I will have the hours and hours of developing it, but it made a thought for me that maybe it should be the direction. And actually, Vladimir likes studies also. Time to time, he sends me some puzzles. So when the first time he was sending, I said, okay, you're testing me. But he also likes very much this beautiful study and the mating twos and stuff like that.
It's a science in itself, no? This composing studies that everything is perfect and you only have one move.
Study composers are the perfectionists, right? And especially it became very different. Also, Paul Benko's, Ian is really making it as a Benko Gambit.
Yeah.
Paul Benko was changing his way of making studies, of course, because of the computers. So he had to make sure that whenever he goes below 5 or 6 pieces, that he has to work with the computer. So this also, in some ways, he didn't like it, but he adjusted himself to that because he was so much addicted and he was so much passionate about study makings, composing it.
No, I've always admired it. It's so much time you have to spend on it. But yeah, Guys like Johann and Affek, he's composed so many.
Yeah, he's also making amazing ones.
Yeah.
He has some amazing ones.
Anish, I'm not sure if he
I
composes.
like bishop e1.
But he does study a lot. And he had to go a bit on the defensive here. I'm not sure how happy he is, this king of 1, bishop e1.
Yeah, but he says that eventually he still has a pawn up, right? I mean, I think he can go rook d1, rook g3.
You, of all people, would be on the side of the initiative of the Benko Gambit here.
That's a good question, whether which side I would be taking. I think I would be taking white.
All right.
I like this king f1, bishop e1. He's going out of trouble. And this way, he's practically eliminating the attacking possibilities after knight c4. Plus, knight c4 is not possible right now because of knight d5 immediately. Right? Because, yeah, knight e3 is not good enough.
All right. So Anish with some hope to take the lead here. Let's switch back.
Okay.
Queen c7 played.
Wow, it opens up e4. And actually, Magnus is down less time than Peter, which is usually unusual, right?
Yeah. We've noticed with Magnus, generally he's been playing fast, but he likes to take 4 or 5 minutes sometimes for the first big decision he has to make in the game. I'm not sure which one that was, but he must have spent some time somewhere. It's interesting he doesn't exchange queens here after queen b3. Queen b6 is a very common way to play these positions, but he's gone queen e7.
Yeah, somehow it's unusual how it develops, no? This game. Takes e4.
Yeah. No, the queen is typically not on e7 in these positions. And
yeah, and black should be castled already.
Yeah.
Castle e5. Takes, castle e5. That's what we have on the board.
This pawn could not be taken, of course.
No, this would be not funny.
Knight c5, I guess there is also troubles. I'm not sure how, but it looks bad. Just rook e1, yeah.
Material loss in any way with the pin.
So he castles and pawn to e5.
But it seems like black is in trouble.
Yeah.
Takes, queen b7.
This has gone wrong for the world champion.
I mean, probably he also must play something, well, not like Benko, but I mean, for activity, right? Knight c5, queen c6.
Speaking of the world champion, we do have guests, the legend of legends, none other than Garry Kasparov is joining us on this show. It's a tremendous honor for all of us. Garry, how are you today? We can't hear you yet, but we'll figure that out.
Yeah, I'm fine. So just, always have to push extra button, push the video, forgot mute.
Hi, Garry, welcome.
Hi, Judith. Hi. So are you in Hungary?
I'm in Hungary, but I see you're in Croatia? Or?
I'm in Croatia. I have this. It's not a real picture, but it's a view from my balcony.
But if you look out on the window, it is, right?
Yeah, but no, I'm in the basement now, so in a little studio that I created here, just to do all sorts of recordings.
So what do you think so far about the games? Did you follow the game before, or you just joined?
The first game, it's amazing. It's Magnus won the second game already, and is Scheveningen knight of line. So I have to say that Peter definitely was not up to this task. Yeah, today. Yeah, no, but this is you cannot mix. This is queen c7. You had to play knight c6, knight bd7, castle is already back. After b5, a3, I played knight c6 with Mickey here in Linares, and then before. I think that's the only way. Castle, then before. Long castle before. That's what I did. I mean, it's dangerous, but at least you have, counterplay, because after knight bd7 and queen c7, there's always, you always have to consider knight when you castle, you have to consider knight takes b5, knight b5, and then take on d6, 3 pawns and 2 bishops, and it's not good for black. I think the end game is pretty nasty. So
yeah, this we were discussing. So what do you think after knight bd7? It's already.
I think it's already very difficult position. I can barely remember what I analyzed, but queen on c7 is not ideal located. So you better have the rook on c8. With rook on c8, you always have, and as that's what happened in game 1, day 1. When Peter played, it was a different move order. F3, b5, bishop was on f1 in the game 1, and I think Peter had a great position. Did you see this game yesterday, Judith?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
That was a very interesting moment, in game 1. This is when Peter missed the chance to reach a position with a very exactly this game. It's the moment. Move 17. Yes, and here he could have taken
rook c3.
Yes, and then rook take e3, queen d2, rook takes e2, queen e2, and castle. I never seen this material. I think black is doing absolutely fine. So this is I would take black here, because white rooks just they I don't know. It's difficult to. Again, it would be very interesting. So for Peter to go this way. What do you think?
Okay, it didn't happen. He didn't play rook b3.
It was interesting.
Right?
It was interesting. Still, it's a highly unusual material configuration. So, but I think black should be doing fine.
Yeah, we had Magnus and Peter on, and both said they'd never seen this position, and both agreed that it looked fine for black. Peter regretted he didn't go
because after h3, g4, let's say h3, maybe rook c8, I don't know, rook c8, g4, g6, and it's still hard to. I don't see how white can push through. So this is this. If they can open the position, but I don't know. What do you think, Judith?
I don't know. I'm just like listening you by amazingly that what is this position? Whether which color would I be playing with?
I don't know. I guess, but interesting, because black had potentially, yes, this is the they can play e5 maybe, then at one point after all exchanges f4 square is weak. So I don't know, but not, you used to wait for g4 and then now g6 and then somehow at one point maybe to play e5 and try to bring knight on.
But can't white somehow go c4 with rook c1 and c4 or provoke something?
But then knight, if maybe I can start with knight e5. I don't know. Look, it's very. I mean, position is. And
would you be playing against computer also with the black side?
No, I would not be playing against computer. Period.
With any side. Okay, understood. Understood.
Yeah. But it's a. So and
no, because I just thought rook c1 and probably 5 because of f4 and the pin on the g5.
But look, but maybe can I start with rook c4 here?
b3.
Rook c3.
King b2.
King b. Okay, that's you got me.
I just want to open up. If I can open up.
I understand what you want to do. So okay, that's the. Okay, then I should do something else. So then the rook c4 is not the best idea. So what if I play knight
b6?
b6 here. Yes.
Understand.
I'm not happy
but
with
still eventually you have to go d5, no?
No, I want to play h4 at one point. I want to play h4 actually to make sure that nothing happens there.
And what if I go queen f2 here? Or queen f2 or queen e3, by the way. Maybe queen e3 and queen h6. Also queen a7.
Okay, if I go back on d7.
And if queen a7, rook c7, right?
What will happen with
And b4?
rook a8? What happens with
I
your
know, I
queen?
can be in trouble.
Knight f7.
Knight d7, queen c7. Hold on, queen
Rook
c7.
c8. Rook c8.
No, I was sorry. No. Too
Bishop
bad.
d8.
Bishop d8.
Yes, I
Okay, he
got it.
tried. Okay, I was
First
too...
line.
Yeah.
Okay, so queen a7 is not the best
No,
move.
but look, it was fun. You know,
Yeah.
I think that was definitely had to try, because you know it's once in your life you have to try.
And probably Magnus would be feeling very uncomfortable being on the white side.
Actually, that's what I thought. I think Magnus doesn't like positions with the broken material balance, and that would be exactly something that could make him feel slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah, Magnus said he thought black was
Peter's
fine
only
here.
chance to make him feel uncomfortable. But again, he has to create a chance, and then he has to benefit. Because in the game one, he also had a great opportunity to play h4, but he missed it. Game one, yesterday, game one, nearly was very big attack. I mean, I'm surprised that Peter didn't play h4.
What do you think about this g5 in this game? Move after
again, but that's Magnus. Magnus doesn't like to wait. I think it's not a good move. But this is again typical Magnus. You know, he missed h4, and so he thought it's great for squares, because now he controls all the squares. But after h4, I think it would be very tough for black to find the right move.
I just couldn't believe my eyes when I saw on the position.
Knight f5 winning, I think, yes. Queen g5, bishop c1, yeah.
Knight h6 and trouble.
Knight h6. No, that might be different. Next move is e5, just to make sure.
And this queen sacrifice will be not the same.
It's very different. Very different. So so and what's happening today? I mean, I was late for the beginning of the game 2 today, but it seems that Magnus was lost at move 15. Yeah.
We saw this position.
Well, what's happened there? I mean, how it could be so bad? And by the way, why he played bishop f4? Why not?
But what is this?
Why not queen takes c6? Huh? It's all about it's about the same, yes.
Maybe
rook c8, bishop f4. No, it's about the same, yes. Bishop f4, yes. Maybe you know, maybe you better play. You know what? I don't like bishop f4. Maybe I should play queen b5.
I don't see what's the
but
big problem.
No, d5. No. I just don't. It's this. Don't sacrifice.
Oh, sorry.
Queen b5 and then bishop e3. Because I want bishop on e3.
Yes, because actually queen on h5 stands much better, no? At this point.
Exactly. So that's the point. So he has to go on h5 anyway, and then my bishop goes on e3. I think that's a better position for bishop. It attacks the knight. So bishop f4.
This is the position they have on the board currently. What's going on?
But actually, why f3?
I don't know. It seems that Peter is definitely losing his advantage. Unless I don't know. Did he take on?
He took on h5 and went bishop g5.
Did he have to just, you know, I'm curious, you know, I mean, maybe I'm missing something. Could he have played bishop c7? After
on knight d3?
Queen h6, yes. Oh. Okay, bishop b6 is not.
No, maybe you can take on g4, but knight g4.
I don't like. Okay, but okay. But since we're analyzing Judith, okay, you have to show how you made me. So that's
of course knight g4 first, because if queen e3 first and then knight g4, then
I play h3 anyway. So that's I don't mind.
Let's go for it.
Okay, let's
queen
go.
e3.
King h1.
Knight df2.
No more legal move. Rook takes f2.
Okay, first we have to show to the audience what happened.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, let's enjoy the Beauty of
I
chess.
still
Okay,
can
so
see.
this is not
Yes,
happening.
yes.
But probably after rook f2, white is winning, right?
Yes, king h2, king h2. I don't know winning, but it looks good for white. I mean, this is rook goes on f1. I have two bishops. Knight d3, rook f1, and knight.
Well, it should be
Yeah,
winning.
it seems bad to black. Yeah, knight goes on d5. Probably it's not good.
Okay, so let's go back to bishop c7. What black else?
But it's always easy to recommend, the moves while sitting here. But I attack the bishop, so just you have to do something. Maybe you take and go back with a bishop. Yeah, that's the problem now, yeah.
And rook
b3,
c5.
b3, rook c5. I cannot play b3, rook c5. Oh,
Rook
actually, wait a second. You go bishop.
Rook d1.
Yeah, but yeah, that's why you needed bishop somewhere else. Yeah, maybe on f5.
Rook a d1.
Yeah, maybe you need bishop on f5 then. G4, yeah, G4 is not. No, G4 I don't. Bishop G6. So knight on D3
F4.
is very strong.
But what about where you go to E6?
No, but knight on D3 is very strong.
Yeah. In the meantime, I see Garry is in danger, right?
Let's have a look. That was a funny game.
Ooh. So what was the...
Do you see the opening, by the way? We meant to ask you this queen h5, rook to g1. Have you seen this before?
Look, I think that these days, everybody should play h4, g4, rook g1 in the opening. Otherwise, you are not taken seriously.
You're not trendy, right?
You have to do something like that. Otherwise,
Garry, I was telling before that when I was doing this kind of thing, playing G4, H4, and these kind of moves, people looked at me very strangely.
Yeah.
And nowadays,
now it's a fashion. Okay, you were ahead of your time.
And the top guys are doing it. It's not that people who are not prepared.
What's happened after rook G1?
Do you think A6? I had the feeling that with A6, Ian just was teasing Garry that, okay, I give you some more time to do something because it doesn't.
But look, because looking at the games Garry played with Nepomniachtchi, I mean, it seems that, it's the position that happens, after move 20 has no impact for the overall result, because I think this Garry probably lost more winning positions to Jan than it's altogether to other leading players. Yeah, wait. This is. Can I just, can I quickly go back and this is when he played knight e5 here. What about knight d4? Okay, it's what if we try to?
This is not why he played rook g1.
Yeah, I know, but look, this is not a very good. Yeah, it's a hedgehog, but it's pretty comfortable for white, I think. Yes. Rook d1.
That's true.
D6, I don't know, B6.
That's true.
No, D6, B6, F4. No, B6, F4. And D6, maybe
D6?
G4. After D6, G4. And then rook goes on G3, G5, rook goes on, I don't know. It's just the bishop on E2. I mean, look, I think white is very comfortable here, right, Joseph?
Yeah, but his
game
that's okay. But yeah, I agree. So this is the way to play. So queen C5.
But I think white was already. I like white's position by now.
Well, I think in your heydays you would think white was winning already.
But even now, after retiring for so many years.
now we look differently. But no, I think white has great position. Yeah, I think it's the what's so how come that Garry got okay.
He just gave away his pawn.
But pawn again. He gave up a piece to Magnus, so that's the. No, it's very decent compensation. Yes. Yeah, I have to say that. That's why I thought knight d4 was a better move. Yeah, sometimes you have to change your plans. White already got a very nice, control of the center. So, and it's exchanging queens.
So you would really go knight d4?
I don't know. Why not? My question is, what happens after queen g6? Queen g6.
Actually, queen g6 is possible.
Queen e2, and then maybe b5. Yes. Now b5. That might be no. Then I may reconsider my advice.
Well, b5 would be on the board most likely.
Yeah. No, then maybe knight d4 was not such a good idea.
Shall we have a brief look at what's happening now?
Yeah, but it's this. Yeah, still I think that he could have done something better. I mean, this is maybe h4 was a waste of time. I'm thinking, because it's. Yeah, absolutely. That's what.
Yeah, why not to develop first?
No, but But here just I think it's just why not to play queen e3, for instance.
Gary, what's going on?
Because white has significant positional advantage. I mean, it's as if queens are out, white doesn't even win.
Yeah.
It's just why not? And queen.
But tell me, what's the problem with bishop d3 also immediately?
No, maybe, but h4 definitely is a waste of time. But queen e3, I want to push his queen.
Yeah.
His queen is a good position. So let's see where he goes with this queen.
Okay, so he goes back to c7.
Maybe knight. What about knight a4? Maybe, I don't know. Or knight a4 b5. You sacrifice, but that's not as good probably. I just
yeah.
Yeah,
but
I don't even have to. I mean, I don't know. I like because. So what's your next move after bishop c5 or what? Yeah, instead of if I go.
What do you go?
I don't know. Rook c1.
How do you improve?
Yeah, rook c1. Yeah, okay. Just show me what you want to do. Your knight on e8 is not ideally located. And if you don't play b5,
very diplomatic.
Yeah.
Well, probably what else? Maybe black has to go b6 and develop.
Yeah, I know. It's the b6, yes.
b6, bishop b7, f5 eventually one day.
Eventually. Yeah, but now we can start pushing h4, h5 if we want.
f5.
f5.
Your king will stay in the center.
Yeah, my king stays in the center. That's what I don't like about it. Yeah, that's. No,
but Gary, what do you think? Let's move. What is the actual position? Because maybe shortly, if somebody gets mated.
He sacrificed the piece.
Again.
Well, I don't know if he's sacrificed, but definitely has a piece down, and maybe it's a mate shortly. Is rook g2 only move?
Yeah, looks very dangerous. Yes.
And also time-wise, Giri has his problems. Isn't rook g2 only move? But e2. E2 takes.
It seems Magnus winning, by the way, I think.
No, because check rook g3. Rook h4, rook h3, right?
Rook f3 here, rook e8. Yeah.
Quite funny pins all over.
Yeah. But Magnus is winning, unless I'm wrong.
Let's have a look.
Peter lost this position. Wow.
Oof.
Wow.
Look, Peter.
Wow. Bishop d5. Wow. Rook of 2, knight d1. White resigned.
Ooh, he blundered knight d1, yeah? Oof. Rook f1, knight e3, and rook d2, rook e1.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, this is just,
He's exchanged down already. He went back bishop b3.
Yeah, but you're gonna play bishop b3 immediately.
It was a blunder.
Yeah, but again, he just gave up a pawn. I mean, he had a pawn, 2 bishops, and he gave up. Yeah, okay, that's the. But why not play bishop b3? At least you cut the knight. It's probably a draw, but.
Black can
it's white, no?
At least you cut the knight. You cut the knight, you put your bishop on good position. I mean, this is what the heck? So rook f2.
Yeah, now it's over.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see what's going on with Anish, because that's exciting.
Also looks checkmate, no? You guys tell me.
But it's not. It just looks like.
Has to be.
Or queen b2.
Now, whoa. It's black's move now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I play rook d4?
Oh.
And what if I take? Queen c2?
Queen f1?
King g3?
Queen
g1 mate.
No, g1 mate. That's mate. That's I can see.
Okay, I thought I can sneak out with queen f2, king g4.
Rook f2. Rook f2.
Yeah, rook f2, queen g2.
Same.
Okay, queen rook d4. But what about check?
I don't know. I just king h8. Now I have rook d2. Extra attack.
And he played it. Yeah. Rook d4 on the board. What do you think about Nepomniachtchi, Garry? Do you feel he's made a jump? Has he gotten stronger?
I don't know. It seems to me the other's getting weaker.
Oh, maybe it's that.
No, because he plays with the same, again, the same pace very quickly. But it's just, I think now it's more beneficial. So it brings points because I think others making more mistakes than before. That's the
checkmate, no? After rook d2.
I think rook d2 should be checkmate. I mean, I'll be very surprised if it's not checkmate.
King h3.
Queen h1.
Queen h1, king g4, rook d4.
Rook d4, yes. Rook d4.
Rook g2. Rook g2 also?
The rook g2, rook d3 maybe, yes. It's still winning. It's still winning. Rook g2 is probably also winning. Yes, rook g2, rook h2.
Simply this way.
I will be very surprised if I'm not winning here.
Okay.
Very surprised. Though rook h3 maybe it's still.
This is the position. Rook queen h1, king g4 on the board. Rook
g2 played as well.
And what about rook h2, rook h3?
I don't know. Then let's calculate. We have few. I can.
Rook
it's the rook takes h3, queen e4, queen f4, rook takes h3, queen e4.
Yeah. And what about
queen f4, queen f2, and then mate by force. Queen f1, rook f2, queen g2 mate.
The same as before.
Yep, same.
Wow.
Yes, Nepomniachtchi. Okay, that's the position, yes. Yeah, rook takes h3. Over.
Yeah, Nepo is thinking.
Queen
G2?
Queen
g2.
Okay, I see. I could do better than Nepo. Maybe it's also winning, but definitely rook h3 was made by force.
After rook hg3?
It's still the same. Now
he just repeats once to tease him.
Maybe wants to tease him, yes. That's the it's protracting agony.
And what about playing? Oh no.
What do you want to play?
No.
Queen e4 check.
Queen e4.
Queen e4, king h5, g6, and queen takes h4.
Oh.
Just
But queen g6 and h5 is also not
Yeah,
bad.
that's nice. That's that nice and fast. yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that's more unique, I have to say.
But
Neither
queen
happened
h4
because
is also quite
Anish
something.
Giri resigns.
One.
Magnus Carlsen has also won his game. So
Yeah, but
that
Peter,
escalated
come on, I
quickly.
mean, this is how can you? It's you can go back. You know, move 15. Black could have resigned. Yes, it's just extra pawn and no threats.
And
Yes,
bishop pairs.
wow, and time wise was okay. So wow.
Oof. Rough day for Peter Svidler and Anish Giri. And we'll bring in Tanya, who I'm sure has many, many questions for Garry Kasparov. Garry, thank you so much already. It's been a great honor and pleasure to have you on the show.
Okay, I wish the games, just could last longer, but I think we had quite excitement. Definitely with Nepal.
Thank you, Garry, and a big welcome from all of us to joining this. Everybody on Twitter and on our social media channels is absolutely loving what's happening right now. So a big warm welcome from all of us.
Great. So happy to make other people happy.
Garry, for me, it was amazing to watch you and Judith exchange variations and to share all these lines. And it's pretty clear that the sharpness and the class is very much there. It's hard to believe that you're not in touch with chess. Do you still see chess regularly in terms of practicing or training?
Look, it's not practicing training, but yeah, I follow the games, play a few games on the internet. So it's a passion that never goes away. So, and there are tests, I always love to solve them. And I know exactly my limitations. I know that, my concentration ability is highly limited these days because I have so many things to address. But, I'm always, using opportunity to share my excitement for the game with others like today. Because it's especially if the games are very sharp, complicated, and I can throw pieces, other players' pieces on the board. So it's somehow it works even better than when you try to play nowadays because you have no responsibility and all your senses are more relieved from pressure.
Indeed, you can't keep a chess legend away from chess for too long. The other thing that I was thinking about watching you and Judith analyze and counter each other's variations. Now, of course, it was with this camaraderie and this and extremely like laughing and as friends, but you both have had some very epic battles over the board. We've asked Judith about the experience of playing you, but Garry, I think all of us want to hear from you. How was it actually playing Judith over the board face to face in the 90s and the early 2000s?
It was tough, and people always ask me, so how did you feel you play a female player? And I responded, I didn't consider her a female player. I consider her one of the top players in the world. So for me, it was very simple. Whether I played Judith or Vichy or Gelfand or Kamsky. So it was a tough match, and she had a very aggressive style. Somehow, I felt a bit more comfortable because she played a style that was easier for me to handle. So, but every game was a tough challenge because it's even if I was comfortable playing my, let's say, Black Sicilian against her, I knew that I had to be very vigilant not to get mated.
Both of you have a very similar, aggressive, combative, straightforward style of play. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. And I have to say that, I always did better with the score-wise against the players with the same style, like Shiro, for instance. So it made me feel more comfortable, like Kramnik style, for instance. So, but I always knew that with Judith, it would be a game. So it's no attempt to make a quick draw, just, to play defensive chess. So it was always, a guaranteed excitement.
For both of you as well as for the fans. Now, Garry, whenever anybody talks about the golden era with you at the very top, the one thing that always comes up is the sheer dominating aura that you had when you came to the board. Your presence was so powerful. Were you aware of this effect that you had on the opponents?
Well, yes and no, because I was aware about the fact that I did after I won the game. So, and I won many. So what's happened during the game, I have to say that I paid little attention to my opponent's reactions, because for me my game was about my performance, whether I play well or not. I always believed that the game would be determined by my performance, and it did work in many cases. Sometimes I failed with this oversimplistic approach, but I realized that my concentration and the way I approached every game, had certain impact on the opposition.
Yes, and absolutely. I think that's one of the stories that always comes out with what a strong presence you had over the board, combined with your absolute dominating performance on the board. Now, Garry, as the world champion in the recent times, you've also been the ambassador of the biggest and the strongest chess tour, the Grand Chess Tour. And in 2020, in many ways, the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour sort of channeled that into the online format. What's been your impression of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour so far?
Look, it's a different kind of event, but I feel quite happy that chess can adjust to these new challenges. I think that's exactly what we need these days. So to show that the game is resilient even to the outside virus. Yeah, and Grand Chess Tour will come back next year, but it's good that we have other competitions these days. And as a chess fan, as someone who's watching the games these days, I'm quite pleased to see that top players, they are not they're not giving up to the coronavirus, and they keep playing exciting chess.
I think all of us, we're all just waiting for the return of over-the-board chess and the Grand Chess Tour that's provided so much excitement. Now, the Legends of Chess event was a very special format, and I think we're going to come back with Garry on the questions. I'm going to leave you guys to the games because, Jan, everybody loves to see you, Judith, and Garry analyze. So let's take off with the games, and we'll chat more with Garry in the next break.
Yeah, we have liftoff in the Magnus Carlsen game, who's up 1.5, and 3 bishop b5 check on the board.
No, Magnus is up to 0.
Oh, I can't count. Of course, he's up to 0. Excuse me. So he needs a draw to clinch the match.
Yes, exactly.
He shows it with his choice of opening.
Yeah, I don't think that's this. Even if Magnus plays bishop b5, it doesn't mean that he wants to make a draw.
Yeah, but he definitely doesn't make his opponent comfortable.
Exactly, it's all about comfort. Yeah, but look, and I think it's Peter after losing game 2. I mean, I think Peter, I can imagine what he's thinking now.
Garry, when you played d6, did you consider bishop b5 a serious move, or is this a trend of the last, 10 years?
No, it's in the old good days, and in the 70s or 80s, bishop b5 was always treated with some sort of, I wouldn't say contempt, but maybe disrespect. But then, well recognize that bishop b5 check, it's just another way of creating problems for blacks. And in the 90s, I think it's this, after Kramnik played it successfully against Gelfand in his quarterfinal, one of the FIDE candidate matches. It's actually in India. They played it's near Hyderabad, I think. In Sanginagar, I remember the name.
94 or something.
And Kramnik had his new setup after bishop d7 and exchange and c4 d4. C4 and Kramnik used bishop b5 as a very powerful weapon. Judith can confirm it. Judith, you also experienced some great problems with Kramnik. It was in Spain.
I experienced problems against Kramnik in every opening.
In every opening. But I think I remember the game you played against him in.
Yeah, he played with me. I think it was in Dos Hermanas 99
it was
or
Dos
something.
Hermanas 96. It's probably almost
Or
at
96.
the beginning of the tournament. Remember, it was Bishop D7, exchange C4.
Yeah, people like to play against me this
C4, you
system.
played, I
because
think,
it was...
knight C6, knight C3, yes?
I had
you
a game in 99 for
you
sure.
played knight D4, I think, here. Didn't you?
Maybe I had 2 games then.
Or
I
knight
don't
D5.
remember. I
You played
remember
something-
one game which
you
was
played
a
something
hedgehog.
like knight D4. I mean, that's what I remember. Yeah, but it didn't work out. The game was a draw, but you were in trouble.
Yeah.
I think you played something like knight D4. You can
Yeah,
check
this was never so pleasant to face this bishop b5. When you play Sicilian with black, you don't want to play a very solid position, right?
No, but I played knight d7. Actually, I lost to Vasi Ivanchuk in 91 Linares, round 1. So that was actually Vasi played great game. So I didn't do well, but he just he deserved to win the game, and it was decisive game of the tournament as it's happened at the end. So and I played knight d7, d4, knight gf6, and then very strange line, knight c3, a6, bishop d7, knight d7. I played this one. Yeah, but eventually I switched to bishop d7 because I think bishop d7 is more solid. So that's
well, objectively, probably it's more going into direction.
It's probably the strongest move. So, but now many players they go knight d7 and they just played, and I think White has some ideas like castle, knight f6, bishop a4, or immediately bishop a4.
Bishop a4 here is an interesting move. Even,
bishop a4, yes. Knight f6 castle. That's the latest, yes.
Really?
Nobody takes.
Yeah, that's the thing.
One d4, yes. I think it's dangerous. Yeah, that's
stuff. Yeah.
Why sure? Yeah, it's I don't know, but it's just nobody takes this pawn. Yeah, that's then
okay. There are some nice ways to lose on the spot, right?
Yeah. The knight d7 is very popular now. This is castle a6, bishop d3. I think that's the line. Yes.
Yeah, that's another big line. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, another big line. Yes. Knight f6, rook e1.
Yeah, no. All kinds of theory. E6, 95.
E6, G6, B. I mean, they play different lines, but I think Peter maybe expected this, but Magnus doesn't want to do this. He just
Magnus, I think, is being clever in that he's offering a forced draw, being up to 0, because here,
bishop.
I might be mixing up details, but there are some move repetitions here. I think.
Yeah.
This is nasty.
I think this is what Black is supposed to do. So he's just being, cynical.
But okay, he wants to win, and from this point of view, he's full professional also.
Yeah, but it's still position is probably black at hold, but I think it's just not. Yeah, bishop. The position in the game, queen d3, queen b7 is not castle. I don't know.
Well, it's a typical position where it's
I think it's very
there's
difficult.
more need from Magnus' side to do something bad than.
But you start attacking d6 pawn now because just b3 or knight d2. I don't know. Knight a. I don't. Maybe knight d2. I don't know. Maybe knight d2 or b3 bishop.
Well, both looks pretty nice.
You should waste time for rooks. I don't know.
Maybe after knight d2, bishop e6.
Knight c4.
Queen, knight d5.
I don't know. Knight d5 maybe play. I don't know.
I mean after queen c6.
Yeah, but it's just looks bad, Judy.
True.
Yeah.
Well, it's not fun to play this game with Black.
No.
Especially thinking about it that he has to win. It's even worse.
We have a theme tournament this round. The other game went like this.
Oh, they also play this one?
Yeah. He went knight c3, not c4.
And you can't say they don't even know about each other's game, right?
Yeah, E5, yes.
No.
E5, H6, that's the, yeah, it's playable. No, C8, castle H6, yes.
You have to stop bishop G5 yet? That's why they start with
Yeah, H6, yes. And rook D1, knight F6. He'll play knight D2 probably now.
He played H3.
H3. That's not H3. I don't think H3 is a good move because you'd better go knight D2. You need knight on E3.
Yeah.
So after knight D2, queen C7, knight C1,
Knight F1.
knight F1.
But I don't know. It's maybe still queen C4. Maybe black is already fine. I don't know. But you still need to. Is the I don't know. Queen. It definitely solved the problems. But H3 doesn't make any sense to me because it's just the.
But he's not in a rush anyway with the knight because he went A4 after bishop E7.
Bishop E7, A4. I don't know. That's not. It's just unless my Sicilian intuition betrays me. I think black is just having great position.
Yeah, bishop E6.
You think bishop E6? What about yeah, queen C7, queen B6? Can we play queen
Oh,
B6?
black looks nice.
Queen B6. I want eventually to exchange queens. Queen B4.
Queen D4, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Queen D4, queen B4. Queen B4. So what do you have for queen B4? What's your next move?
Queen on B4 stands very powerful sometimes. True.
And after knight F1, maybe I can take on C3. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Sure.
He will not even think a fraction of a second. Taking. You can tell it to the audience, but not to me. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is no, but black definitely had that good position there. So that's so what, A4, queen C7, knight D2, yes? That's still okay, yes.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, you can still, I don't know, now you can. Castle knight F1, yes?
Queen A5. Still with an idea, maybe.
Yeah, but this is you saw knight, my idea of bringing knight on. Yeah, but maybe you still can go queen C4 or this is an end game, yes? Queen C4, knight E3, yes?
Knight E3. But I'm not sure white is not worse if you play the perfect moves with black here.
I don't know. Definitely black should take on this 3. Rook takes this 3, yes?
What about...
Rook D3.
Can I keep the queens? Queen F3?
At least you can justify H3, yes?
Yeah, exactly. Anish just played bishop E6.
And on queen B4? Black played bishop E6.
Yeah. Knight E3.
Yeah, that's why I wanted my queen on B4, not on C7. This is somewhere here. You can definitely, but now.
What maybe now, queen C5?
Here it comes.
Yeah.
This is what happened.
Yeah, but definitely you can do it from A5, yes. This was your queen.
Yeah, but now after
something
knight
similar
D5,
with,
he wants to take.
You can look at this with Vichy in Rapid in 2017 when I played in St. Louis. I played something like rook C. Somehow but Vichy played a bit better. I put my rook on C5, queen on C8, rook on D8. I remember that was I don't recall them. It's the same setup, but I just somehow managed with my rook on C5, queen on C8, rook on D8, and got a good position. Somehow. But he just, because he had, I don't know, somehow this is my, definitely is not the position they had. Well, yes, that was somehow what's happening in the game. And yes, he put pawn on a5, but I think it went well for me. You can check the game. Yeah, okay, but now what's happening here?
Well, white cannot go knight d5. That's his problem. Cannot develop either.
But can anybody do anything? If I wait a5, bishop d2, what's black's plan?
Well, what do you do? Queen d, bishop d2 or a5?
Let's say a5.
That's why I didn't like the queen. So yeah, but you should start maybe with rook d8 now.
Rook a4, maybe?
D8.
Ah, sorry.
This time just.
Let's say bishop d2.
Then queen d4.
And bishop
Then
e1.
games, let's say bishop e1, whatever.
You know what? No. Bishop d2. I play bishop c4.
Oh,
I
okay.
want knight on d3 is too strong. Yes, queen takes c4. Yes, that's.
Yeah, but black is not better.
No. Look, I'm trying to equalize. Come on.
But I thought that's where we are done with black with that.
No. No. Now I'm not so sure. No, I'm a little bit concerned now about my.
But we have some interesting ideas on the board. White played queen e2, and this way d6 is not hanging, so black played bishop d8,
correct,
transferring to a5.
Doesn't queen e2 look strange?
It definitely looks odd to me.
Yeah.
But
maybe he wants to go knight g4.
Come on,
making a use of the h3.
Knight g4 to do what?
Well, to eliminate the knight.
Yeah, but you also eliminate your knight as well. No, I take with a knight, of course.
Yeah, but finally I can develop bishop e3. No, it's not that I like it so much, but I think already if I don't...
Maybe, no, wait, I'm not sure.
Then g5.
That's happened in the game?
No, bishop d8 is on the board.
Yeah, I'm thinking about here, by the way, I'm thinking here about maybe to play bishop g5.
But then I can take...
And?
I don't know, rook d2. I double my rook.
Queen b4. I see the pawn on b2.
I understand.
Knight d1. Yeah,
but not for long, yeah? No, this is
knight d1.
Knight d1, rook c4.
Oh, knight d1, bishop takes g4. I didn't even know that I was such,
Yeah. No, okay, this was
guy.
White, but I think black is better in the game already. I mean, look what happened. Queen f3, b5.
So queen e2, queen f3 looks incredibly slow. Not buying it.
Knight e2.
He wants to checkmate him, yeah?
Well, he wants to go knight g3, f5.
Well, that's happening in the game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's now regrouping.
Very strange transfer with the queen, but actually finally he has an idea to go straight forward there.
And if I try to cut your activities on king side, if I play g6 now?
I also thought about that, but maybe knight f5 will come eventually anyway. Let's go for it, knight f5. Maybe it's too early, but...
f5 to do what? Take on f5?
He takes f?
Bishop d5? So
actually, maybe I should have gone bishop h6 first after gf. Then you go knight e4, yeah?
f4, knight e4.
Okay.
Seems your
Yeah,
attack
and
is
if EF, then
Oh.
bishop b5.
yes.
Okay, so knight f5 is early.
And then what are you going to do? I play g6, and then but maybe king h7, and I don't know.
What about rook a6?
Rook c6.
b4.
Oh, before. I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
cheapo.
So I have to sacrifice a queen, but that's not good. Okay. Bishop e7 is not a,
Maybe that's not what you wanted.
but okay. It's not what I want, but still, bishop e7. Just wait a second.
So Anish taking his time here after knight t2. Probably also
Yeah, probably
weighing
he's also surprised.
g6.
I mean, g6 is not so obvious. It occurred to me also, but maybe he can also wait until white plays knight g3.
Yeah.
Yeah, king h7.
As a chicken, I would consider king h7, because in Spanish often you have the setup g6, knight g8 if things go wrong, and you're very solid. Just to wait until the knight comes. Right.
So
Hard to believe.
did you play g6?
He did play
He
g6.
did.
Of course, he played g6.
Classically trained.
Actually, you know what is this? I'm not sure what. Maybe instead of g6, you could have played something else. I mean, because knight f5 was not a threat, and you could have waited for knight g3 and then play g6.
Yeah, until you left,
Yeah.
this is what we discussed. That's
You were
what
just
he was
wondering.
Yeah, but
thinking.
maybe I don't know. What about maybe b4 first, and now g6,
But yeah,
or still rook a6? Yeah. Now rook c6 I can play. Whoa. I didn't know why I played before.
what a happiness.
Yes. Now I know why I played before.
Something else happened. He went rook a3, b4, rook a d3.
That's why. That was another reason why you had to play b4.
To play b4.
Yeah, that was right. That's the right move was b4 here. Yes. Of course, b4. Yes. Yeah. You cut the rook. Yes. Now it's just because his bishop on c1 is already developed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now maybe something can happen because
Ian will be cooking something
now
out.
knight f5, could become a real deal. I don't know which knight, but somehow.
In the meantime, just a brief update. Magnus is playing it very safe, needing a draw to wrap up match victory. Doesn't look like Peter can generate chances here now.
No. He can make a draw. That will be progress compared to what's happened in previous games. But yeah, it's probably black is slightly better at the end, but it's not.
Well,
Were you a bit sad, Gary, not to see any of the other legends in the semifinals? Kramnik, Vichy, Ivanchuk, whoever?
Look, I was surprised that that's the one legend made it to the final. So Peter defended the honor of generation because you had Dink. So I thought that it would be more likely for top 4 young players to topple the legends, to push them to the pages of history books. And you could see that some of the games were really good. I mean, you some games by Kramnik or Ivanchuk or even Gelfand, the way he beat Nepo in the final match. But it's no consistency. I mean, Kramnik definitely lost his touch at the end of the tournament. So again, look, not surprising. I know how it happens, so that's why I just I knew it was just it would be inevitable because again the age tells tells it. And but still, it was
not only age.
some
I mean,
attempts.
it's not only age. He retired. He's not working on chess at all.
Yeah, but but look, even you look at Vichy, for instance, or look at Ivanchuk. So it was totally dominating Magnus in the match, complete domination. But it's not enough. So you just have to. It's not about getting winning position. It's about winning position. And that's again. I experienced it when I played Caruana is 960. So again, I probably lost more winning positions than for my entire chess career. But it's what can you do if you blunder? It's two right moves to make, and the game is over, and then you make a terrible blunder. You have to take it. Yeah. So Peter never had such a good position with Magnus. I have to say, it's a little bit too late. I have to also add.
Do you think Nepomniachtchi, if he makes the finals, has a chance to challenge Magnus?
I think Magnus is a heavy favorite, but it's the Nepo could give him some unpleasant moments because Magnus blunders. I mean that's what we could see, and Nepo is very quick and he plays very aggressive chess with this broken material and positional balance. He could make Magnus feel uncomfortable. Though again, I would still see Magnus as a heavy favorite.
Rook h8
by Mr. Garry.
H8, yes. Garry makes all defensive moves. It's like Petrosian, yes. Protecting h6 pawn. Just nobody attacks it, but it protects it twice.
Yeah, I don't know if he needed it.
No, but again, maybe this is an influence. So I don't know, Petrosian or Nimtsevich. It's the extra defense.
Overprotection.
Overprotection, yes. Maybe he wants to play h5 at one point to make an aggressive approach on the king side.
Or he just plays with Ian and he wants to make sure he has an extra defense.
Nepo needs action, and I'm curious what will be his next move, because it's actually h5 might be it's a serious it's potential threat, because after h5 you can start, if you push the knight. I don't know, probably pushing knight on f1.
But he could do it to move earlier instead of rook h8 also.
Yeah, but then he was afraid of knight f5 check, I'm sure. Yeah,
I understand that he was afraid of it, but I'm not sure it had any.
Yeah, but that's at least this. No, here is at least a chance. You have rook on d3. No. E knight, yes. And now e takes f5.
Knight h5.
Yes, now no, but that's first time it works, because rook on not a1, rook on d3 now. Can you imagine? And then rook goes on g3.
And after
knight takes
e4.
Wait. Knight takes h5.
Takes. E takes f.
Takes queen takes h5. No, that's mate. Queen takes h5. Bishop h6.
It's bishop h6. Sorry, queen g4. Yeah.
Queen g5. It's if it's not mate, I mean, come on, is this f6 or f6? No, that's it. C takes d3 check.
Queen e3.
Queen e3. C1. Rook
d4.
D4. Yeah, okay. I don't know. It's the still not. No.
But instead of rook c1 d4.
That's cruel. Yes. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so he went rook h8 and white played bishop b2, and h5 is on the board. Knight f1, queen c6, knight d2. So things are speeding up.
Now knight goes on c4, yes?
Yeah. But I think Nepo didn't stand so good in the whole game before.
Yeah, it's the first time, but again, that's why he pushed the knight on g3 that had very illusionary chances to go on f5 to c4, yeah? But e4 pawn is hanging, so that might be a little bit tricky for white, yes?
That's true.
Isn't black still doing great?
We don't know. We'll find out. Actually, you know what? Maybe black can play. I don't know. No, knight h7 is not queen g3. No. Knight h. No, you don't want to take your attack from e4 square.
Maybe white should be going rook e1 in order to play knight c4 next.
That's good.
In the meantime, Carlsen versus Svidler is about to end. Magnus Carlsen will defeat Peter Svidler 2.5 twice and thereby move into the finals. Just going through the motions. So this is all we have left.
But by the way, it's quite a very unusual game. Look at the clock. Nepomniachtchi has less time than his opponent.
Historical moment, yeah.
Yeah, that's something. Did he play knight c4?
He did.
Yeah.
Seriously. That means what? The bishop takes c4.
He just, what does he do? Bishop c4, knight c4. Knight e4.
Knight e4. What about bishop takes c5?
Takes.
Knight takes.
Works for white, no?
Seems so.
This is on the board. Let's see if Garry takes.
And if queen takes?
Yeah.
Knight takes d6.
Takes, and queen f3 takes, and e5 is hanging.
What do you want to take? F3?
Yeah, what about queen f3?
GF.
Yeah. So what can black do instead of taking on e4?
That's when you play rook h8, this make this kind of moves. Chess is the very dynamic game. It's not just
over
about
protecting
it's about making every tempi counts, and definitely Garry you go back it's this what, look at the position, just show to your audience position after move 20. Look at this position, and then show a position at move 27. And tell me who did better. Just go back and just compare. This is what white achieved. Is this, look, they put rook on, they doubled the rooks, they developed bishop, they put knight on c4, and what black did? Nothing.
h5.
Nothing. h5. And b4. That's what the black did.
And even here, b4 is actually probably bad because it's
that's the way to analyze 7 moves, and this is white improved all the pieces, and black created weaknesses.
His position is still fine because he started from.
No, it's fine, but it's just but it's just I think black has potential chance to take take it over. So now they have to take on e5. Yes, am I correct?
Yeah, he went knight takes e4. So what is going on? Bishop e5.
Yeah, that's the d takes, knight takes.
But hold on, what about queen e6, queen e4?
No, maybe I can start with take on d8.
No, but then can't I go knight g5?
No, I cannot do that. Okay, I agree. Okay, fine. Yeah, I should take on e4. Yes.
Takes, and
maybe rook d3 and rook c2. Yes. All right, that's a missed.
No, but maybe you Rook f3, check,
Rook-
and bishop
rook C1
d6.
check and bishop d6.
Winning. And yeah, Nepomniachtchi didn't do it. He must have missed maybe that line. He played queen e3, which can't be great, no?
Queen e3.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
He wants to go f4.
4, yep. King g8.
But
One
queen
up.
e3 is very strange. It means that he just blundered, or he didn't consider that it's good enough to play bishop e5.
Yeah, but this line you gave looked convincing, no? Maybe it just doesn't work.
No, that's the no. I thought I thought about taking on d8 twice, but then just I forgot that you can take on d8 and then take on e5. Yes, yeah, that's Queen takes e5 here.
Uh-huh.
That's not good. I just missed that.
But also knight g5 was a problem.
Yeah, but this is cd3, queen takes b3. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, yes, that doesn't work. Yes, because if I take yes, that's not. Yeah, that's another problem. Too many
So
problems.
let's
Yes.
see. Let's see after queen e3 what Nepo can have in mind.
Well, probably king g8 is a natural move. Yes, just to or what? Or you want to play f6?
Maybe, no? Mm-hmm. But I
Well,
don't think
probably
Nepo has
white-
anything in particular in mind.
No,
No,
but
he blundered.
White wants to go knight b6, knight d5.
Yeah, that's why king g8 is a good move.
And if knight b6, bishop g5.
bishop g5, yes.
Knight c8.
Knight takes c8.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay. Rook takes c8. I'm okay. Yeah, that final position, I'm still fine. But okay, but it's not. Yes. Queen
Yeah,
e2.
but okay, queen e2 and then
No, that's not. No.
yeah.
Let me see.
Okay, black has compensation, but that's
No,
not what he
that's
wants.
Knight b6. So what about radical solution? Knight c3.
Yeah.
Or still take and knight b6.
But then bishop g5
Bishop
now.
g5. Bishop g5, yes. Take queen e7.
Take queen b6, queen e7.
e7. Still okay. Actually, rook f3 was also. No, the queen e7 is better, yes. Rook f3 is a potential threat now.
Yeah, and d6 is hanging, so
Yeah.
White is absolutely saving himself.
So,
But actually, what is a threat? Knight b6 is not a threat for the moment, right?
so the idea probably to play, f4. So you got what? You can play knight c5, knight takes c5, yes? I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
He went knight f6 back.
f4, yeah. f4. Oh, my f4 maybe e4, yes, then simply. Then rook d, yes, f4, and then rook d5.
King g8 and then takes and f5.
No, but you can take on f6 and queen e4.
Or queen e4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's then.
Also d6 is hanging.
Yeah. It's everything is hanging. Actually, rook takes d6 probably was winning.
Looks
Yeah.
nice.
Actually not. Yeah, but it's queen e8. Yeah. No, queen e8 or queen c7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Queen e1.
you played queen e1.
Yeah.
Why not F4? F4? Wait. This is. Yeah, I just want to. Can you go back? I mean, why not F4? This is just, it's D5, F takes E5. Come on, F takes E5.
Mm-hmm.
Now maybe knight E4. No, wait a second. This is the. Yeah, we should check D5. The D5 was the only exploit. If knight E4 maybe here, yes.
Knight D6.
Knight D6. Then knight D6. Yes. Ooh. Yeah. No, but that's the. How can you not play F4? Just to open your pieces, F4. Maybe he missed E4, Rook D5.
Could be.
It's a nice move, yeah, blocking.
So, yeah, Queen E1, Queen to C5 is on the board.
Now you cannot play F4 because of legal reasons.
Because of the pin.
Legal issues.
What do you do? Bishop C1? I don't see a good one.
What about King H1? I still want to play F4.
Understood.
What about King F8?
I still play F4.
I take it.
Yeah, okay. I take on F6, Rook D5.
Queen A7. B4 is hanging.
Queen takes B4, knight takes D6. Okay, at least I.
F3, knight D6, yeah.
Okay, it's definitely not clear. I got my pawns back.
King H1 played. Nepomniachtchi is joining Team F4 finally.
That was a game.
Yeah, he played King H1.
King H1. Yeah. This is amazing. He could have played F4 immediately. Now he should try to prepare it. Yes, he could do it.
But now you have an eye on the B4 square too.
Yeah, but with Queen on the 3 was ideally located, and then F4 was just so natural. What is this? I mean, you attack the pawn. I mean, what black
maybe
can do?
Queen E4 he didn't like, or what?
Come on, but that's the what? It's the.
Well, maybe he wanted to play for a win.
And wow, you were both predicting the respective moves. King H1, King F8 on the board.
Yeah, but that's.
But maybe after F4, E4. No.
E4 no, yes. Then take on F6.
Bishop F6, yeah.
Did he play F4?
No, not yet. Thinking. He's ahead on the clock now. Finally.
Yeah, he's ahead. But not with a typical margin. So it's just.
But maybe after F4, what about D5?
That's more serious now because 94. Yes?
No, Queen E5.
Queen E5?
Queen E5, yeah. Queen E5. Yes,
Queen E5.
Some tricks.
Though Queen E5, no, Queen E5.
He played F4.
Played. Here we go.
F4, he takes F4. Now Bishop takes F6. I think he must take on F6. Rook D5, paralyze, just cut the queen. And then I'm not sure, after Queen A7, Queen B4 is one idea, but maybe you should try to. Yeah, but Queen F1 is another option, just to.
But for now, White gave up 2 pawns.
Yeah, not exactly. But I think that pawn D6 is dead. So I'm trying to understand
whether. But F6 is great.
No, I'm just It's still. I think it's right. By the way, that's a game. Yes, Rook D5.
Yeah.
Well, Judith, we're doing fine. So yeah, Judith.
Pretty good streak. You missed Queen E1, but other than that, you spot all the moves.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether this is compliment or not, but. He took on before? No,
No, not yet. This is the position. Queen.
He's
Queen
thinking,
E1.
you know, so I'm not sure. Maybe
He went Queen E4.
Queen E4. So I wonder. Yeah, Queen. Yeah, same idea. He wants F4 pawn. So is the because again, Nepo was afraid of F3. You know, that's he worries about his king.
Yeah. How do you like, or who do you like in the candidates? Do you like Nepo's chances if it gets resumed?
Yeah, as I said, you know, they make so many blunders these days. So that's why I'm not, yes, D5. That's what I wanted to say, D5. That's why I thought take on before was the right move.
This happened, yeah? Queen F2,
Yeah,
Rook 5,
Rook
D2,
D2,
and D5
D5
is on the board.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that's what he blundered. That's why I want to play Queen F1, you know, just to prevent Queen
But
F2.
he goes, yeah, if he goes Queen D3, you go back with your queen.
No, then what about DC4?
Ah, yeah. Sorry, Queen D8, I thought.
Rook D5, how do you win?
Yeah, but okay, then we
But
take on
isn't
D5.
black winning takes and check and bishop
Take
H4?
Rook E8.
Ah,
Take-
just Rook E8. Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
Or check Bishop H4. Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Anish is just winning?
His best chance maybe, no, it's probably, no, that's it. That's lost.
What interesting that Ian's face is as everything.
Yeah,
would
but
be...
you know, you cannot but Queen E4 and Rook. I mean, take back Rook from D5. That's why I suggested Queen F1 to cut Black's king.
Yeah, stop this.
Queen on A7, yes.
Yeah.
And then you take F4 pawn, and I think White can equalize.
So
Rook
he
D8.
had to take
Now
on
bishop,
F2.
okay, that's what's happened in the game, yes?
Yeah.
Take, and now bishop takes D8, yes? And F5. Rook F4, F5.
Can I go knight D6?
E3.
E3, yeah.
E3.
E3.
Yeah. Rook takes
No, I guess White is taking on F4, no? Before.
F5. I'll
Not
be
funny.
very surprised if it's not. And G4 take Bishop G5 and F4. Yes, maybe okay. Maybe it's still a chance. No, Bishop C7. No, Bishop C7. That's it. And then F4.
And resigns.
Yep. Okay, so at least we have a show.
So he's equalizing today.
He's equalizing.
Yeah.
And
He lost the last game, so looks like
Nepo helped him dramatically. So that's the.
looks like we'll have one and a half. This
But
game.
you look at this game, you know, and that's why I think that Nepo will not win the candidates.
Ah, okay. So who you got in the candidates?
I don't know. Before the tournament, I thought it would be Caruana or Ding, but it seems now that Ding somehow lost his touch. I don't know what's happened to him. And Fabi was definitely, not showing what he could. So MVL played solidly. If he can manage, play the same solid chess, he could. He definitely is well positioned to win the event.
Yeah.
So now,
do you ever feel like a guy like MVL, if you could only help him with his Najdorf or something, he would be unstoppable?
Look, my knowledge of Najdorf is already outdated. So I just, I know how to put the pieces there, but this is now they use computers and they do much better.
All right.
So, but still, Giri has to win the game because, you have 30 seconds to go. Yeah, and
Rook D8. seems to be
because white king, bishop g3, white king shows up on e2.
e2.
Yeah, e2, and somehow then king on e2. No, then king. Did he play f4? King f1, f3. Yes. That's then it's.
But what is so after takes
that's
and
it. No.
rook
He
d1,
managed to put f2, f3. Yes, that's. And then g pawn can come, rook d8. No, king will not leave the.
no, but he can still try to save rook d1, let's say.
Do you take or directly?
Rook a8.
Knight e3. Rook a8.
A8. No,
No, sorry. I thought rook e8 was said, but if rook a8.
I want just to make sure that your rook doesn't leave first row.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, f3 is on the board already.
Yeah.
No moves for white, no?
Well, it's difficult for white to try to save it this way. Yeah. So after king f6.
King h6 played.
But now takes and rook f7, f2.
Yeah, that's.
And then h4.
Yeah, f2, yes. And then black rook eventually finds its way to the first rank.
Well, actually, Garry showed a great technique.
Yeah, but that's again, we cannot take it from him.
How do you feel about Anish's chess in general?
It is, look, he plays some of the games he plays, I would say brilliantly, but it's excellent chess. And sometimes it's again, it's very questionable, especially against Nepo. By the way, now bishop h4 probably better, Judith.
Why?
Because h4 knight e3.
And knight g4 can be a problem, you think?
I don't know. Maybe rook c3. Yes, so rook c3 is still winning. Yes.
Or king g5 first.
Yeah. Now king g5 and knight f1. I wanted to play. And
Rook
then
c4.
bishop f4 is probably winning. Bishop f4, yeah. Okay.
But maybe bishop h4 is better. But
he played bishop h4 actually.
Yeah. Knight e3.
Knight e3 anyway.
Rook c3, what's the point?
Rook.
Yeah, played.
Rook f3, bishop g5, yes? Or what? No, wait. Yeah, probably you can play bishop g5, yes? Yes. King f2 and then exchange. Yeah, I can take on c2 or I can take on e3 maybe. Rook a3 also winning, I think, in g5. G5. No, that's to make sure.
And bring the king. Yeah. Anish didn't do it. He went
c4 here.
c4, bc3.
b4.
c2 and then g5 and I play g1 check. g4, b5, c1 check. I'm the first one. No, you can take on g4. Okay, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
True. You're first.
So close.
close. But so Anish played King G7. Okay, he just he just plays the same game.
They have the rooks off.
Yeah.
Okay, this is hopeless for white now.
King D6, yeah, of course. It's like almost like pawn's endgame.
Yeah. Anish will score the equalizer in this match, will bring in Tanya, who I am sure has many more questions for our legends. And then we'll see an exciting game 4 between these two, hopefully.
Thank you, Jan. That's been absolutely mind-blowing to watch all the analysis. I think it's fair to say that for the first time, at least in my experience with chess, the analysis has been much more entertaining and insightful than the actual games. And Garry, while this game continues, but it looks like we know what's going to happen here. Lots of questions coming in and a lot of things that we want to chat to you about. And you had mentioned that in our previous break that, you always enjoyed playing against players with a similar style, like whether it was Shirov or whether it was Judith. Those were the games that you enjoyed because of the excitement. In the current crop of players, whose games do you enjoy following the most or watching the most, which you think remind you a little bit of that kind of chess?
It's a very different attitude when you are watching and not playing. So I always enjoy watching Magnus games. So his style is different from mine, but it's it's absolutely phenomenal the way he plays. So I look more for the quality of the game, for perfection, and definitely Magnus beats the field. But otherwise, again, you can always expect some great matches. So it's whether it's Ding or Caruana. Ding actually played some really good chess, but somehow he collapsed in his candidates, to my surprise.
Indeed, and you mentioned watching Magnus is something that you enjoy. Of course, he's an extremely dominating presence in the chess world currently. And Garry, there have been lots of legends and lots of great players of our game. But when we look at your reign at the top, it feels a little different. There's a different class to it. And I feel, at least popularly, Magnus Carlsen has been the only other player, the only other world champion who a lot of us have compared to your domination over the chessboard and in that period. When you hear that, or when you, which I'm sure you have, when you look at Magnus's career, do you think that's a fair comparison to make?
Yes, it's a fair comparison. Though I'm always very cautious comparing players, who belong to different times. And when I was about to retire, Magnus just came in. So that's why we didn't have a chance to compete at the chessboard. It's very important not just to see the domination over a certain period of time, but also the duration of this domination of a certain player. Bobby Fischer was dominant, but only for 3 years. So, and then he left. And I was dominant for a longer period. And Magnus is, though he won the world title in 2013, but I think he's clearly dominant for the last decade. So a dominant force. And looking at other players, it's not clear whether his dominance will come an end anytime soon. Yeah. Also, it's interesting that I'm not trying to undermine Magnus' opponents. This is all respect to top players today, but I still can hardly see the same competition I experienced, especially in the 90s. I mean, yeah, let's set aside my match with Karpov. That's the and Karpov generation. But then I had to compete with the next generation. It's Vichy, Vasi Ivanchuk, Bora Gelfa, and then the younger generation of Kramnik and Judith and Peter Swidler. So yeah, I was still winning tournaments playing younger players, and many of them were just really, great players. I mean, just mention Vichy and Kramnik, two other world champions. I'm still not seeing, the same competition against Magnus today. And while I thought for a moment about Ding or maybe Caruana, they don't show the same kind of class and continuity as Vishy or Kramnik 25 years ago.
That's really interesting, Gary. And especially, I think the longevity, like you said, is something that we all have to wait and watch with Magnus. And that's not something that can be compared to. But I'm gonna push you a little bit more on this. If you think, and I know it's hard to compare players, but let's say you at your peak, late 80s, 90s, and Magnus right now, if you played a 12-game match, who do you think would win?
Look, again, I say, it's the comparison is flawed because Magnus already learned so much from me and other great players of the past. So, if I play today, just, imagine if you make this mental experiment of taking Garry Kasparov from 1990 or 1999, let's say the time of Vikans and Linares, into 2020, it means I have to go through the opening preparation. It will be a different player. So it's still not the same. That's why the pure experiment doesn't work. So I could say that it's when I had few events, like 960 game with Caruana. So definitely I can tell you that, it's if I were 20 years younger, I would not make so many blunders. So, but it's still not the same, it's because the playing Magnus is really tough because what is important, and that's what I enjoy watching him doing. It's he's not standing still. He always tries to improve his chess. So it's very important that while he's so good at the chessboard, looking for practical chances, he does a lot of work. So it's a combination of many great players of the past. He's just his Karpov's ability to locate his pieces in perfect positions, Fischer's rage at the chessboard, and also maybe from myself, from Botvinnik, the willingness to analyze his games and just to find improvement. So it's a universal type of player, and that's probably explains his dominance. He's not fed up with the game. Even by winning so many, he wants to win more, and that's commendable.
And that's also something, Gary, that we've seen constantly in his interviews. I mean, he's won 10 matches in this event, but he still feels like he's dissatisfied with his play, like he could have done something more. When going back in time a little bit, when you were in your era, did you also have this thirst and this hunger to constantly want more out of your games? Do you think that is something that's a prerequisite to be the greatest of all time?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why he's still on the top, and that's why I was on the top for so long, because I always thought that winning or losing, I still had room for improvement, and I was always angry with myself if I made mistakes, and I always harshly critical of my moves, and that's one of the secrets, or one of the prerequisites, as you said, recipes for staying on top for so long. And Magnus definitely shows the same passion to get better with every game.
And the other really fascinating thing that I found was that you said that Magnus's contemporaries and his rivals are, of course, great players. But if we look at the kind of rivalry that you faced, your generation and then the younger generation, and it's somehow there is a difference in that. And I was also listening to your conversation with Jan about who you think will be the toughest challenger to Magnus. Do you think it's actually perhaps there is more chances of that coming from a younger generation, maybe a Firouzja, rather than his own contemporaries right now? Do you think there's a lot of difference in strength between Magnus and his contemporaries?
You just said contemporaries now, but how old is Ding?
They're younger, but I think by contemporaries,
they're younger. That's why it's just it's about generation. I think Ding is already next, though. I think they're 5 years apart. I'm not so sure. 5 or 4?
Ding is 27.
20?
27.
27. So that's probably about the same generation. Yes. So there again,
it's also 24. So that's about 6 years.
See, yeah, it's this Ding is 94, so Magnus 1990, so 4 years apart. Yes.
Yeah.
4 years apart. So I was, 5 years older than Gelfand and 6 years older than Ivanchuk and Anand. Yes. So it's about the same. So, but again, Ding at one point looked as the real contender. So when Ding beat Magnus in the final of Singapore Cup, it was very impressive, and just beating Magnus in rapid blitz in the tiebreak. That was impressive.
And that Bishop 8, Knight E7 was just incredible to watch.
And you said you're right. Maybe it's Ferrugia, maybe because it's a younger player. Definitely, again, Magnus, whether he likes it or not, he's also struggling with age. It's 30, 31. It's great, but he makes more mistakes than he did before. So he's still so good that even blunders, he can walk away with them. But yeah, it will be tougher. I don't think that he will he will have a really tough time in the next World Championship match when and if it takes place. But also remember that the last two matches, though he was, dominant, but he just, he survived on tie breaks. He survived on tie breaks, and with Karyakin and with Caruana. So maybe it's if not 2020, 2021. I don't know when the World Championship match takes place, but in 2022, 2023, he might be facing an opposition from a younger player, maybe Ferrugia. Yeah, he definitely gives him hard time in blitz, but I'm not sure about classical chess yet.
Ferrugia has a very long way to go, of course, and age on his side. Now we're about to lift off, Garry, and we have received one question that I want to put in before the game start. It's by Lee Roth, one of our premium members on chess24, and he's asking your opinion about AlphaZero and if you find AlphaZero's style similar to yours.
Look, I wrote many pieces, many articles about AlphaZero. So I wrote a foreword for the book on AlphaZero, and you can definitely Google and find what I've been saying for a long time about AlphaZero and how much I was impressed by AlphaZero. Yeah, I think it's a bit presumptuous to talk about machine style, because machine doesn't play certain moves because of style or character, but because it finds these moves more beneficial from the set of evaluation that is being built in. And AlphaZero, actually, I'm very grateful that this program proved to us that with the development of computer chess, our beloved game will not be getting drier and drier. So actually, it could be more exciting. It will be more complicated with sacrifices. So AlphaZero helped us to see other patterns, connecting material and time and quality. So there's this triad that I described in my book, How Life Imitates Chess. And in AlphaZero games, it was really it's always impressive to see how AlphaZero shifts the positional factors and exchanges it always with for material benefits. So it's quite amazing that this computer that has built its own system of evaluation, that this computer it's figuring out how to play without material, and just recognizing through these millions and millions of games it's played against itself different patterns.
Yes, Garry, absolutely. And we're going to be talking more about artificial intelligence and computers with you, because that is a topic that we can't separate from Garry Kasparov. But before that, we do have action. So going to call Jan and Judith back on. Enjoy this game, and I will see you after.
Yeah, the game has just started, Anish Giri, with the white pieces, and it's continuing a theory debate they started yesterday in the Grunfeld. Garry, what can you tell us about this line? Did you see yesterday's games?
Yeah, I have to say that it definitely went beyond my knowledge of Grunfeld. So modern computers definitely helped them to develop the lines so deep. It's quite amazing that they play this. They play real openings. I mean, the openings that they play in professional chess, in classical chess, and they're not even saving it for the candidates. It seems that now they play this. Yeah, Anish made an improvement. Yes.
Yeah, I was just trying to look it up for comparison. Bishop b4, queen c7 they had yesterday, and I think he deviated with knight d4. Let me just double check.
No, they played knight d4, yes. I think they played f4 yesterday.
Ah, yeah, it's still the same. Bishop b2, queen b6, c4, knight a6, and 18 f4.
So you played knight c6 now.
Yeah, you're right. That's the deviation.
Move 18.
Yep.
That's I guess it should be all the analysis. Yes, they spent a few seconds to make these moves.
The opponent sheet told us yesterday, because he mixed up the move order in the first game, he played queen b6, that he checked his notes or was told after the game, before game 3. So I guess they're both still in book.
But then I think he messed up again because he made a losing move knight c3, yes, yesterday.
Yeah.
So losing move knight c3. So instead of, I don't know what's the correct move, but knight c3 was definitely losing.
It did work. Let's just bring it up. Yep, yeah, queen g1.
Yeah, this knight c3 is losing. Take, knight b5 winning, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine Guy didn't play knight b5.
Yeah, knight c2 was not a good idea. And the opponent she won rook e3, but it didn't seem to work computer-wise.
King c2.
Yeah. They were discussing something. Rook a8. I can't recall.
Rook h3.
Is there rook e2? Oh, no, then. Yeah, this was the line.
Ah.
Something like this, yeah.
F5.
F5, king f4.
Think. Well, this is what Sasha Grishuk mentioned yesterday. I'm not sure if it's the computer line.
Queen g6.
Would have been interesting.
Everything here is a computer line, I'm sure. But here's queen g6. That looks dangerous for white.
Yeah.
Rook h4.
G4, rook h4. Who knows? I have no idea.
F4. F4.
So that was yesterday. Today it looks a little more quiet so far.
Yeah, today we're seeing the analysis. So that's the day, you know.
First line, Lila 0, I'm sure.
Yeah. So probably should take on e4 now, yeah, or f3. I don't know. F3, knight c3.
But why not just castle?
Castle
instead of
knight c3.
f3?
Knight c3.
And rook e1?
Maybe bishop e6. And then bishop e4, yes? Bishop e4 then.
Yeah, bishop e4 takes, rook e4.
Take rook c8. Yes. Oh, you take the...
Okay, c5.
A2 pawn.
E7 pawn.
Yeah, back on e6.
Oh, bishop e6.
And now my pawns will start moving. That's... should be fine for black,
Yeah.
probably. I don't
I
know.
just play simple, take on e4. What's going on? Bishop takes, yeah?
No.
F3?
Bishop or queen? I don't know. Bishop. Maybe bishop, yes. Bishop.
F3, let's say.
Bishop f5, same. Yes,
Bishop
will be
Similar,
the
yeah?
same
Yeah.
things. And maybe a4.
Yeah,
What does
pretty
your
good.
spider sense say? Equality?
I think it should be probably a draw soon.
We're going to see a play of Armageddon, right? Good chances.
Maybe.
How do both of you feel about these Armageddons in general?
Look, you have to finish the match one way or another.
Mhm.
It's not ideal, but it's like penalty shootouts.
Mhm.
I always thought that that's the only way to go. And I remember when we started Armageddon, it was originally 5-5-5. White must win. Then we realized that it's big advantage for black, and then it was 6-5. Still, almost every player took black, so it moved to 5-4. So 5-4 is probably just it's just about right. Though I still think that I didn't check statistics, but I think black wins more.
Feels
You
like
can-
it. I also don't know, but feels like
Yeah,
it.
I would still think that it's. I'm not sure about 2-1, but it's probably 3 out of 5. So black is still favorite 4-5.
How would it be if it's 4-3?
4-3 will be, that's probably will be tougher. Then 4-3, I think many players will start thinking whether they take black or white, but I still think that many will take black. They think the second result overruns extra minute. I would say, it's the probably to equalize. I would say 4-6. Yeah, that's just to make it right. I don't know. You have to make experiments, but I would say 4-6 probably makes it even.
Yeah, the thing in these online games has just been who plays regularly online has such a giant advantage, because if you can't pre-move and don't have the mouse skills, doesn't even matter who has more time.
Pre-move is something that I cannot learn. So this is just my wrist, is not well developed.
Did you play a lot, Gary? We played, I remember, Armageddon, no? Or maybe not.
I played Armageddon first against Nigel in 1990 in Paris. It was 5-5, and I picked up white. I was very arrogant. Actually, I won miraculously. I played Armageddon against Kramnik in 95 in New York. And I took black and I survived by miracle, so I won. I played, I'm not sure how many, I didn't play many Armageddons actually.
Yes, because in those times it was not so.
No, because Armageddon, if we played it, it was, if we had if we had a tie in Rapid, we played 2 blitz games, and normally something happened in these 2 blitz games.
Yes.
So same today, by the way. If this game ends in a draw,
yeah, I know. That's we played 2 blitz games, and I remember only 2 Armageddons I played. It's the with Nigel in 99, and was Kramnik in 95. I cannot recall another Armageddon. Yeah, as I said, it's all fixed now.
Well, I guess here it's quite acceptable. We have to move on, and we have to have a winner.
Yeah,
but it's already
the only way to go do it. So what? Garry now plays e6 or what? E6 or rook 8? Rook 8.
Or rook 8-2.
Rook 8-2. I don't know.
No, e7. It's not clear why to exchange the rooks, right?
At least, then just, I have bishop on b1.
E6 also looks fine now. Put it on C2.
Yeah, look, I think it's just the game will be draw soon unless somebody blunders.
Which final are we rooting for? Nepomniachtchi Magnus or Garry Magnus?
No, it will be Nippon. It will be Nepo. I think it's just. I'll be surprised if not. So.
I think it's very open who will win. When it
Nepo.
gets to blitz.
Nepo already won the first set. And yeah, Anish has improved in blitz, but I still feel in an Armageddon, Nepo is probably a bit of a favorite.
Yeah, I think Nepo now will play queen d6.
Fair enough. Good, nice move.
Yeah, my bet is queen d6 or rook a2. I don't know which one is. Probably he's thinking about it. Queen d6 is Armageddon is forced. Take rook b2 and bishop c2,
Bishop
and
c2.
that's. He spends eternity. I mean, it's more than 2 minutes for a move.
Garry, did you have a separate repertoire for rapid or blitz?
Not so much. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I definitely had more blitz. Yes, blitz. I just I had few ideas that I never tried in classical, but I just thought that they could be very useful in blitz. So
what about you, Judith?
Why Nepo was thinking for so long? So Esther.
Because maybe he thinks that if he's not going to exchange with queen d6, if he goes e6, maybe Garry can go wrong and he can play for a win.
Yeah, but look, you have a c pawn, pass pawn for white. So how can you play for win? It will.
Yeah, actually, probably white would be going c5, no?
Exactly.
He went queen c7. You see, I'm telling you, he plays for a win.
Yeah, he's playing for a win.
He wants to go rook d8.
Yes.
Or rook a2, or rook a2 and bishop b1. But of course, now rook b2, if white wants to go for a draw.
Yeah, but then exactly, bishop c2, that's what he wants. And then take rook
but then
d8.
takes.
And yes,
takes rook d8. You see?
Yes, rook d8. That's a queen a1 you have to play, but I don't know, then maybe.
Yeah, then queen c5, and then slowly, little torture here and there.
Come on, still a dead draw.
Nepomniachtchi already way below the 15 minutes he started with.
He was just spending 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, he did defeat Magnus and then had more time on the clock than when he started the game with. That's his biggest achievement in this event.
But black cannot be worse. It's more danger for white, isn't it?
No, that's Nepo.
No, the problem we have now, Anish will think for 5 minutes to make sure it's a draw. So it will be dull until they make a draw.
No, actually, queen on c7 is kind of unpleasant.
Yeah.
The pawn on h2 can be
definitely create some, some
captured at some point.
For Anish, that's rook a2, rook d8.
Actually, he would be. What, he played c5 or no?
No, I'm just asking.
Rook d8.
Queen c3.
How scary can it be?
Bishop c2.
Take on c2, queen takes c2.
Rook d5.
C6, come on.
Rook d6.
Okay, but that's the no. I take on c2. I take on c2.
Ah, sorry.
No, not with this rook. Come on.
Okay, right. Here we are.
Yeah. No, actually now
quite
Ian can
harsh.
be in trouble.
Maybe queen f4. Actually, here maybe I'm queen f4.
What? So what? c6.
Rook d2. Queen c5. Yes. Yeah. Queen c5 is probably the only move, but it's a good one.
Yeah.
Now black is in trouble. C pawn is.
Garry is hesitating how to continue. But actually c5 is very logical.
Anish looks very focused, staring at the position. But now he's played c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong with that.
Queen c3.
If rook d3, where do you go? To c4?
Rook d3. Oh, I go back on b2.
I don't trust it.
Yeah, but okay, but now look, I still have an exchange up, and my c pawn is still a c pawn. Come on.
Maybe, yeah.
Bishop c2 on the board.
Bishop c2, but that's exactly what we discussed. Rook takes, queen takes.
This is what Anish is going to be doing, I think.
Yeah.
The Grunfeld, good opening.
With computers, you have so many lines overdeveloped.
This
you
is
sometimes wish you had Leela and Stockfish in the 80s to check all this stuff? Like,
I don't know. Again, it would be different chess. That's what I discussed with Tanya. So
yeah.
Then the chess will be a different game. Queen c6. So who's why?
Who is playing for a win? You want to ask?
I mean, nobody's playing for a win, but it's just rook d. Yeah, but I would say white is still probably slightly better.
By the way, are the players can offer a draw here, or it's forbidden? They have no way of doing so.
I'm always confused. I think it's before move 40, they can't offer a draw. Of course, you can.
But how do they offer a draw?
So no, there's a button, you push it, offer draw, and then they accept decline. But I'm not exactly sure about the rules. I think it's not before move 40.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Was there any draw offer here? I mean, unless it's the very end?
I can't recall many.
Not really, yeah?
Of course, we don't see if they get declined here. It doesn't pop up on the screen, but not many, except 2 ones. So who's trying here? White?
Of course, white. But trying is probably a very strong word.
Well, probably e6, no? And rook d5.
Yeah, he played rook d7, h3, and then, okay, white should try to activate the rook. So
he doesn't want to play e6. No weaknesses.
You can force him queen f4 if you want.
Yeah. Well, queen f4. He goes back to g7. And if then you want to force queen e5, then I go f6 and e5, I guess. Or is it?
e5? I'm not sure that's a very good idea. I mean, then you open your king. Because then eventually I could start looking for some, chances to activate my rook. I don't know. I would be very cautious moving f and e pawns all together. But Garry is actually provoking him.
Yeah.
Nepomniachtchi was a bit upset yesterday. Garry played this F and G versus H pawn, this rook ending, for so long. Let's hope he doesn't get upset today if Garry plays this for very long.
And how did he express it in the?
Said I was a bit upset,
afterwards?
literally. Yeah. Rook C7.
King H1.
Not yet.
Come on, guys. King H7, Queen F4. Give us some blitz.
Garry, would you be playing for real win this game with white?
Yes, why not? You can just make tons of moves. I don't know whether you can, what's the best chance, but you have to find a way to bring your rook in the game.
How can you bring your rook? Well, of course, black has to. Yeah, okay, King H1. Let's say Queen D7.
No,
they are repeating.
They are repeating. Draw.
Draw agreed.
Yeah, but my idea was after Queen D7, Rook D1. So that's the try to. But you probably go Queen C8 then. Still, it's the draw. So now they start. When do we start Armageddon? Because guys,
no, it's not Armageddon. They played 2 blitz games first, like the first one.
2 blitz games. 5-3.
Yeah, 5-3. Now I guess drawing of what?
But it just it takes longer than I expected. So I have to go. So I have my family affairs.
We don't want to keep you all day. We'll bring in
to address. So it's I'm curious. What will happen in this match. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we'll be watching Magnus Nepo final. It's
all right then. Yeah.
Shortly.
Thank you so much for being with us. It's been fascinating.
Always a pleasure to analyze with you, though online. So, Tanya, last question, and I have
final question.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Garry, for that. My last question to you before you go has to be that, Garry, you've been in 1985, you became the world champion. You've been #1 for a record period of time. You've had 15 consecutive tournament wins, won it all. You've got the Kasparov Chess Foundation. You spearheaded the Grand Chess Tour. You're also very actively involved in politics. There's so much legacy in your career. And my final question to you is that out of all of these things, how do you measure your success? What is the one thing that you are most proud of?
Look, I'm not paranoid about my successes elsewhere but chess. And matching what I did in November 9, 1985 is virtually impossible. I became the best in the world, and I stayed on top for nearly 2 decades. But it's not about winning or losing chess. It's about your constant push for innovation, personal innovation. So I'm quite happy. I'm very proud that I managed to find something else. So it's not the end of life. I'm no longer playing chess, but I have other things to do, and it makes me feel much stronger. So that's, if you ask me about my accomplishments, is the fact that I became relevant factor in other things, like in AI world, in cybersecurity, in politics, in human rights. That's a real accomplishment.
That's amazing to hear, Garry. So you would say that your favorite Garry is from 1985 in terms of the chess part of it, as Magnus said that
it's a very painful question, because we all are victims of nostalgia. It's impossible to resist the pressure of nostalgia. Yes, there's this. Even when I look at the picture of Garry in 1985 or in the 80s, and there's my hair, so I just I feel upset. Yes.
Garry, I cannot thank you enough for your time. This has been just simply spectacular for all of us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, all the best, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
Garry.
you.
It was a great pleasure.
Let's keep enjoying this event. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. It was nice to have Garry. It was a real treat for us.
Judith, it was unreal. And watching you and Garry analyze, I mean, I couldn't get my eyes off the screen. At points, it wasn't even about the chess. I mean, just it's been such a treat for the chess world to have that. And it was clear that you can see the class and the strength even now. I mean, the variations that you both are discussing, I don't understand why you both are not playing in this event and commentating here.
Well, I just wanted to point out that it's a two different thing when you're a sport athlete. I think that, of course, some of the class you had, you don't lose it. But when you compete, you need much more than the understanding of the game and knowing the ideas and saying some of the good moves. And we were going ahead with some moves which was played right after that, also in the Nepo game, for example. But when you play in competition, you have to be prepared all the time. You have to do that in 2 weeks, one day after another. You have to handle the pressure of the psychological challenges. You have to deal with your brain, your preparation, your mindset. And it goes again and again after every month or every 2 months. And it's a lot different, of course, when you do it as a profession and that's your focus only. Or now we both enjoy it a lot. We have a lot of nostalgic memories. And of course, we were analyzing so much when we were still professionals. So now we just take the good parts from that, I think.
Judith, I think this has truly been the most legendary moment in the Legends of Chess, this entire broadcast today. And I think we're all going to need a breather after this. The games are about to kick off soon, so we're probably going to go into a short break. Before that, we have a tweet, and let's get this one up. You're surely the best bomb in these times. It's by Sibu Sisu Harvey, and he says, you're surely the best bomb in these times of a devastating pandemic. Bringing on Garry Kasparov for commentary is making this event the ultimate memorable interaction, not just entertainment, but a paradox of hope and healing at such a time. I cannot wait. Sisu, I agree with every word in that. It's been mind-blowing. And this photograph that you sent us, thank you so much for that. I don't know if we can just have this photograph on full screen. All right, so I've got some information from my producer. Big shout out to Soteris for finding this out, that this photograph was in fact taken in the World Junior. What year was it? It was at World Junior in 1980 in Dortmund, and that's Garry Kasparov. He won it. Next to him on the right is...
It's Nigel, no?
It's Nigel.
Yeah.
And Judith, you recognize the gentleman on the left?
Yeah, it's Garcia Palermo, no? Isn't it Garcia Palermo from Argentina?
Ivan Morovich Hernandez is the information that I have. But I'm going to double check on that. But this is such an epic photograph of Garry Kasparov. 5 years later, he went on to rule the world of chess for 2 decades. We're going to take a quick break and come right back for the blitz portion of the Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Anish Giri match.
Go for a hike in the woods, preferably off trail to make the trip even more stimulating for your brain. Nature walks can also reduce stress.
Welcome back. We are about to kick off the blitz between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri as Anish managed to level the score. Eventually, it's a 2-2 tie. So before we move on to the Armageddon in the semifinals and beyond that, we've got blitz before that happens. Of course, the chess has been fantastic, but I hope all of you got a little breather and have recovered from the absolute insane analysis that we got to witness with Judith Polgar and Garry Kasparov and Jan. It's just been absolutely incredible. And I'm going to bring Jan back on because I'm still reeling from the excitement and I'm still not over it. Jan, how impressive was that to see Garry and Judith? And it's clear that both of them still have it.
Well, it was a thrill. Also the passion that they have for analyzing all these positions. At some point, I was asking myself, should I go back to the game and tell them this move happened? But they were really going at it, and like analyzing was so much fun to watch.
And also their aggressive style of play that, you know, we hear so much about and that we've seen in their games when they were playing. It's clear that they bought exactly that approach to even when they were analyzing, always going for the most energetic continuations, finding these checkmates, these tactics in every position.
Yeah, it's even though they are humble about time passing by and so on, you can see these instincts don't go away. And yeah, it's just an honor to have a front row seat with such legends.
And we do have liftoff, Jan. So Jan, Judith, take it away and I will see you after the blitz portion.
Thanks, Tanya. We do have one e4 on the board. And Anish probably still weighing his options here. The clock doesn't start running until both made their first move, as far as I know. So maybe he's teasing him a bit. Here we go.
Okay, so Sicilian, open Sicilian.
Yep. Just to repeat the modus, it's 2 blitz games, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. If it's 1-1 after these 2 blitz games, they play Armageddon. Rook G1, another one for you.
Yeah. Well, it was still fashionable when I was in the business.
The Nepomniachtchi is just trying to return the compliment after Anish's Rook G1.
Actually, I think instead of Rook G1, I tried almost every possible move.
Oh, I've given many speeches about H3, H4,
H6,
B3,
H3,
F3,
F4. F4, F3, Bishop E3, Bishop E2, Bishop D3, Bishop C4, Bishop G5. Okay, Bishop F4 not because
Bishop F4 is
E5.
bad. Oh,
Queen D3, Queen F3. Yeah, you can put some more arrows, I guess.
I think this is it.
Yeah. Okay, so where are they? Rook G1, B5. Wow.
B5 is very direct. A4, B4, knight D5. I think I've seen this before. Modern chess. Queen takes B4, Queen E7, all blitzed out.
Yeah, white is trying to control the queen side, not allowing black to develop, right?
Queen B6 is a nice move. Stopping knight D7, Queen C7. Ugh. Queen D7.
In order to go knight C6.
Yeah, logical.
And also bishop E7, just to develop 2 ideas at the same time.
Long castles by Nepomniachtchi.
Okay, bishop E7. Queen C8.
Oh, we're deep. He wants knight D7.
But does black have so much time to make so many moves with the queen?
Anish thinks so. B3, knight C6, bishop D4. I don't understand a single move, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's not understandable why queen C8 if you want to go knight C6, right?
Yeah, it's maybe after knight
Bishop D4 is a strange continuation. Well, desperately he wants to stop black playing bishop E7, it means.
Yeah.
And he's provoking E5.
Maybe it's a very strong move.
And we have Alexander joining us.
Wow,
yeah, hi.
the legends don't stop.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So Okay, let's jump to this game, Rook G1. I have played a number of games with black like this against Vladimir Fedoseev and Blitz, many games, and actually we were playing a very similar line in many of them, so it's funny for me.
So maybe
yeah.
you can tell us whether Queen D8, Queen D7, Queen C8. Do you have black has enough?
I think
time
I
to
was
do-
mostly playing 11th D5, I think, because I once took on E4 and somehow then I didn't manage to finish my development. But I guess Anish managed in this game. So.
But white played F3 first.
Ah, okay. I don't remember exactly our games. It was just friendly matches.
So Anish did play E5, Bishop C3, Bishop E7.
Okay, in general, I would not be very happy with white. I mean, but maybe like, because I would just lose my queen eventually, I guess, on B6. But maybe Jan, thanks to his tactical talents, can save it. I mean, can never avoid blundering it. But still, I'm not in love with his position. Let's see. Because now some knight d4 is in there, right?
Yeah, Rook B8 I like.
And he immediately calculates that knight d4, take b7, take a6, and it took him 1 second. For me, it would take 3 minutes at least. So, yeah.
You just said it.
But only because you want to get in time trouble.
So, yeah, now maybe it's not bad because white pieces are protecting white king quite well, and like the structure is also fine for white, I guess. So I don't know.
Well, black didn't want to go that way. Played bishop a8, queen e3.
So what to do now? I think in general knight just doesn't belong to c6 in such positions. It belongs to d7.
Queen c7, f4, bishop f6.
G4 now, no?
You just push.
Yeah, ef is not possible to queen h3. I mean, not now. Well, not now. I
sorry.
thought after bishop f6, g4.
Yeah, of course, it's clearly was blundered by Anish and
What
by
went
Jan.
f5?
I think g4 was probably extremely strong, but they both missed it.
Knight
So
e7?
Do we have time? Yeah. This looks interesting.
But anyway, it takes on g4. So g4 is...
yeah, and d5, just g5. Yeah.
g5.
Queen somewhere. Because with knight on b3, white king is very safe after even dc3. So. And Anish, okay, he tries to defend like Steinitz was teaching, like with minimal amount of defenders. And queen f2, I guess he will have to play queen e7, yeah, because...
But actually the bishop on c6, c3 is excellent. Is attacking... to regroup it a little bit more actively to f4, e3.
Maybe, I don't know. But also, maybe black will need to eventually do something to how to say, to release this pin on the long diagonal. So, but in order to do so, you would have to play knight d8, which is not so. He goes to d4. Okay. So what's his point? If white takes a8, then takes with the knight on d4, he probably wants rook takes e3 or what? What's his point? Or he wants knight take b3 now.
But after knight b3, maybe that's what he wants. Yeah, that's what he wants, I guess. Knight b3, cb3, rook takes a8.
Yep, played.
Okay, but now white puts queen on d5, king on a2, rook goes from g1 to e4.
It's huge advantage.
It seems like white has fantastic position. And also d6 is just about to fold. So, yeah.
Queen is on d5.
No, I think this is a problem with Anish when he plays, because Jan, he likes
Black
to
has
keep
to
the
go-
tension. And
Yeah.
and Anish prefers to, to release the tension, to simplify, and usually it comes with a price when you simplify.
Well, I understand e4, but white just takes on e4 pawn up.
Yeah, it's like this dragon structure. White has king on a2, and you just resign with black, basically. So queen d4.
And also Anish has 2 minutes less than Nepo.
I guess queen h4 is the only move now. Yeah. And now rook d2. Yeah, rook b4, and I guess queen d6 he will take on g4.
G4.
But there will be some intermediate moves, some queen d7, I think will be very unpleasant.
And rook moves?
Yeah, but to where?
Let's say to b8.
Maybe then one more, queen c7 or something. Queen a6, so okay, he
A6.
plays similar thing, but a little bit different. Okay. And Anish just really drowning on time. And now what? If queen a8, rook d8, there is rook take f5. But it feels like white should win somehow. There must be some.
Can't white play f6 or not yet? Yeah, not yet.
F6 is the move, but maybe
No,
black takes on g3.
Yes, and then queen f6.
Maybe rook king a. If king a2, then you just take on g3 twice. Yeah, because f5 is not hanging at the moment because of queen c8 check. So.
But black can go rook c1 maybe. No, but if black can take on g3, then of course he must. But can he? Rook d8, queen a8.
Take f5.
Take on f5.
Okay, and Nepomniachtchi plays it, so now we will have an answer to our question. And he goes f6. Okay, I think for blitz it's a very good option because, okay, you will just blunder eventually with black. Even if it's possible to defend, but it's impossible in the game.
I mean, he's fighting.
So just queen a8 and fg.
Isn't that queen a8, rook d8?
He makes it more beautifully. But same position eventually. Queen h7.
Okay, Anish is defending.
I mean, he wants rook c1. He really wants rook c1. Queen g2
rook g5
is queen
now.
g6.
Rook g5 now.
Or queen g6.
Or queen g6. Queen d2. But black can be reasonable here.
Yeah, but he will lose.
Queen f6.
queen f6, and if queen c8, no real threat. So Jan, okay, if he will start grabbing pawns, it's not certain.
No, I think he wanted to go queen c8, but still, maybe there is not.
Even rook.
Wow. Wow. Queen h5, king e6, rook e8, king d6,
queen d1,
queen d1, rook d5.
Yes, and some queen f2.
Happened.
No, Ian is also around 1 minute by now. King is chased out to d7.
Yeah, now rook a8. Please.
Queen e6. No, but now queen g4.
Yeah, now he will collect.
But he wants to go queen f5 and rook d1.
Yeah, but then
but queen d8.
Yeah.
So he blundered his pawn.
Queen c4 is a strange move because now some hope after h3. Maybe some mate, but who knows. Queen d4.
Queen c8.
Now he blocked his rook, so he cannot make a threat to white king. So this is why I don't like queen d4.
Well, it's very difficult for black. 10 seconds left. Apart from the fact that the king is chased quite
Actually,
a bit.
now maybe he will. Rook a5 is a very good move because I just was going to say that black's chance is to run with his king towards g2 or something. Okay.
Well, okay, queen g5. Just rook f5 or something. Rook a6.
Or even check and rook g4 just to ensure the victory. Rook g4. Take the pawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I have to say Anish defended very nicely, but it just was a hopeless task. Yeah.
It was an impossible task to defend the game all the way.
Completely.
Rook c4, queen comes to c6, or from h8. Queen e4. Anish is still fighting, tries to have some counter chances with rook d1, but it's going to be difficult. Queen a5, queen a8 is a threat.
Rook c4 now.
Yeah.
No, we are all heroes in such positions.
Queen b4 and rook c5, and he'll resign in the next one. Actually, rook c8 maybe was even more precise. First.
But I think he doesn't want this game to stop. He wants it to last forever.
He wants to enjoy it as much as.
But it's over. Jan
so
wins the first
victory.
I'm not sure how long the break will be. I'm assuming not very long. And they will play one more game in this blitz tiebreak. If Anish wins it, we get Armageddon. If Anish doesn't win it, Nepomniachtchi moves to the finals.
Ian made it very professionally, I must say. That his way of putting the bishop on e4 and queen on g2, putting pressure and keep the tension, it was very smart. And also he gained quite a bit of time advantage by this time.
This 94 felt rushed, no?
But it's
but as I said, it's difficult for him. He wants to release the tension, but it's hard in this position.
Maybe queen c7 he had to go with the idea to go knight e7, releasing the tension. Because h4 is not a threat here.
But he was afraid he would blunder something with h4, g5. I mean, it doesn't work, but I understand that he was afraid. I think computer recommends very nice move, queen g2, a5 instead of queen c7. To prepare, I guess, knight b4. And yeah, I mean, once you see it, yeah, you understand it's a very nice move, but it didn't cross my mind, I have to say. No, but before he made very strange move, Queen C8, Bishop E7. As you said, yeah, Bishop E7.
Yeah, that somehow
He
it
just
seemed
had-
like he was wasting time. But also the question was, I think you were not here yet, that why not knight c6? That's also kind of...
But then maybe knight B3 and it's a transposition.
and then black has to move out anyway.
I think so. Yeah.
True. But okay, bishop d8, white can anyway go maybe knight b3.
Bishop E7, knight B3, and now maybe some bishop D5 or something.
Can you really do that? c4?
C4, Queen
Too much.
C8.
Rook, king b1.
But now maybe even bishop C6, you have managed to weaken your king.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just want knight on D7 really much. I think on C6
Yes.
it just stands
Yeah, this is
wrong.
actually, this is what I thought, that after queen c8, if he moved to queen c8, then to play knight d7. So this was
Yeah,
not clear to me that if queen c8, then I would go knight d7 or play knight c6, right? Before, without queen c8.
Yeah.
All right, we got about 2-3 minutes until the next game kicks off. We'll very quickly switch to Tanya to tell us what's happening in social media, the real world.
Yeah, and 2 minutes are just not enough. I think the only real world that's been there today has been right here on the broadcast with the legends that we've had. And let's just quickly play some of the appreciation that we got from all of you. A big thanks for writing in and for enjoying the show. Alberto writing in with Kasparov and Judith. It was amazing having both grandmasters analyze games of legends. Top quality chess still there. A big thank you to Garry and Judith. Alberto, absolutely agree with that. Let's move on to the next one. We had Hans Shoot writing in with, it does not get any better than this. Two greatest of all times analyzing together. Absolutely does not get any better than this. I think this truly made the Legends of Chess a legendary event. Kate Red writing in with, Garry and Judith are just wonderful. It's amazing to watch them commentate together. It could have been even greater if they played. Kate, I've been trying and I've been speaking to Judith about this, but we've had no luck so far, but I couldn't agree more. Watching these two analyze, it was clear that they belonged on the board. But Judith did speak to us that how commentating and playing are two very, very different skills. I don't buy it. I think they would be great over the board. The Red Devils writing in with, watching Kasparov and Judith doing commentary is so wholesome. Let's move on. Absolutely right, Red Devil. And we've got to hurry up because we've got liftoff soon. And there was just so much coming in, but we're very keen on getting you guys involved with the show. John writing in, big shout out to John. He's been following our stream and he's a supporter of chess24 and, well, everything happening in the chess world. John, you're great. Thank you for all that you do. Hey, chess fam, if you're not watching Judith and Garry on chess24 right now, you're doing it wrong. Seeing those two incredible chess legends trade candidate moves back and forth. And with that, let's get back to the game with Jan, Judith, and Sasha. We'll get back to this.
Here we are. Some English.
And Anish goes for some a little bit offbeat move, Queen B3, but I'm sure it was also played. Everything was tried in this position, from H4 to Queen A4 and so on. So let's see what little idea he comes up with here.
And now Anish is playing faster than before. Now he's having a little time advantage so far.
So CD4, what will happen? Bishop G5, Queen F6, and what? Some rooks, I don't know. Some maybe some long diagonal, some knight F6, knight F6. I don't see it. But now we'll
find out.
See in the game.
Castle.
CD4 castle. So there was nothing after bishop G5. And the point, I guess, that if bishop G7, then queen A3, and if bishop F8, then queen A4, and we sort of tricked, like, I guess. And if you cannot play bishop G7, then it's a bit uncomfortable.
So black plays bishop B7, keeping the tension and not deciding where the F8 bishop is going to develop.
So now if bishop G5, there is no F6 because of knight F6 and queen take E6, but I guess there is simply bishop E7. So Anish again doesn't play bishop G5, plays rook D1. Yeah, it's, I think, for blitz a very nice idea, because you know, when you are not castled, it's very difficult to play in blitz, especially against preparation. So I don't know what Jan will do. E5 is not possible, of course, because of queen take D5. Bishop G7, I guess, is still met by queen A3. Although maybe now you can play queen A3 and put knight on B4, yeah? So, I mean, bishop G7.
The D5 or B4 knight? Probably the D5.
I don't know,
right?
One of them, it's hard to say. So, but he's
Bishop
thinking.
G7, bishop G7, queen A3, knight DB4, possibly.
Yeah, and bishop D2, I guess, I don't know, if knight C2, then
A5?
knight D6 check and take B7, but just A5, yeah. So bishop G7 and now bishop G5, maybe now queen A3. No, then, I don't know, queen A3.
Then probably F takes G5.
Yeah, take, check, take.
Check on D6, king D7, knight B7, queen C7.
I don't know, now something. E4, I don't know. E4, D3, knight G5. I don't know, like Morphy. Also, the fact that Anish started to think means that Jan probably didn't play the most approved moves by computer. So there must be something. But sometimes it's extremely complicated, like computer doesn't recommend a certain line because of some amazing tactics.
What about knight C5? You're not a fan?
Oof.
After knight C5, I think black takes it, and queen B7, knight D to E7 or C to E7. But also rook C8. No, yeah, some knight goes back.
And what happens if queen A3, bishop F8, queen A4, take on G5, knight D4? Is it interesting for white? Okay,
It can
we'll
be.
have to move on.
If queen D7, maybe some knight F6, but maybe that's exaggeration. Knight
Or maybe not, maybe it's fantastic. Knight D5 back, knight D5 back.
Yeah,
okay, but Anish goes to some amazing stuff as well. So he plays bishop F4, E5,
knight D4. What an amazing.
So what is this? If knight D4, rook D4, and castle, then white will take on D5, then F6,
or just takes on F6 now.
Queen F6.
Bishop D5.
Yes, take. Rook
D5. Rook D5.
Yeah, rook D5. If EF, rook F5.
And wins.
And otherwise, white.
What a move, knight D4.
Yeah.
What a shocking move.
Yeah, amazing position.
Wow.
So, but I
Maybe-
guess black will maybe knight a5. I don't know. Okay, so he played the normal move, and now.
But you know what? Maybe Garry was just
I don't
pretending that
know.
it was something wrong after f6. And he took a little
No, I
time.
mean, I think if he was just remembering, he would play it faster. There is no need to spoil 1.5 minutes. I mean, it's like 30% of your time.
Ah, he was spending so
You
much
just don't
time?
spoil.
Mhm.
Yeah, he now has just 3 minutes left out of
But Napo
5
has
he
only
began with.
140. So he has a huge...
F5, so he puts more.
No, but this has
how
to be lost
say it?
with black.
More wood to the fire.
Yeah, more gasoline. Yeah.
Wow.
Something, yeah.
What an amazing position. Bishop g5, simply.
Okay, queen
Queen
somewhere.
d7.
Let's say d7. Yeah, just knight f6. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Knight f6 is very good. Yeah.
I'm not sure that's the only scary stuff. Knight f6, bishop f6, bishop f6.
But I think Anish head is spinning now. I mean, it's like so many tempting stuff, and he goes again for the least, like the least tension. I mean, I don't like what he did.
Ah, this is cool. Takes on f4, bishop f7.
No, yes, but the black can take on d5, just go with his queen.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
rook
he
d5,
gets
you
some
will not
chance
be
to
able
survive.
pass. No, bishop e5, queen b5.
Ah,
There is not
No,
much
maybe.
chance to survive.
maybe. But
What a
I don't know,
Russian
this bishop g5. No, let's see. I mean, it's
Bishop
hard,
e5.
of course. Okay, so he plays queen e7, so b5, take queen b5, king. Ah, you can
Well,
go
maybe
to
queen
f7
b5
even. Yeah.
immediately and bishop d, yeah, and then bishop e5.
Yeah, if you cannot go to f7, then it's really sad. And Jan is very upset. So let's see.
Well, we would be too if we would be sitting from the black side.
I wonder if bishop d2 is also very strong, just to play bishop b4 and then bring rook d1. And just...
But after bishop d2, maybe I cannot castle. Rook d7, sorry. Bishop b4 also.
So
Or
again,
maybe bishop d2, rook d8. Okay,
so
he
again,
went-
Anish releases the tension with rook bishop b5. I guess queen f6 will be played. I guess, yeah.
White goes rook c1.
And king wants to run to h6 maybe. Let's say rook d1, king g7, rook d7, king h6. Of course, it's completely lost, but maybe some.
Rook e2, e7.
Yeah, rook.
Or another option also to play queen c4. Maybe, or queen b4.
We should
Instead
mention the evaluation bar is not accurate. It seems frozen because it says equal. Really
Yeah.
winning here?
Well, we figured that out. We figured it out that we cannot be tricked by any of the engines.
So, okay, we are getting like all of them.
It's on the board.
Yeah, we are getting everything. So again, Anish can play for a checkmate, or he can take on a8 and take on a7. So I'm predicting he will do this, but let's see. Maybe
Maybe he
once
will
he
go
will
rook.
play.
F7. He goes rook queen b4. I would wanted to go rook b4, queen b4 before the move earlier.
But this one is a bit strange because it's neither here nor there. He didn't keep all the rooks, and also he didn't take the pawn. So I don't. And queen f4. I mean, it's a threat, I guess, but it's not completely fatal.
Yeah, rook d8 now.
Yeah, rook d8.
Queen f4, g5.
Okay, maybe now he will finally get to his senses and play rook take a7.
Yeah, but after a7, he gets, I don't know, rook d1, king g2, queen c6, f3.
Okay, so he's really taking his time. He should not, if he wants to win, should not get 2 seconds. Okay, so it's a bit weird again what he does because...
But he wants to grab the h7 pawn.
Yeah, but there are no mating threats after that. So...
Rook e8 now?
No, he will take.
Take on a7, you think?
H7. Pretty sure, yeah, he does. Rook c1. Okay, so now white can go to queen.
Take on a7. He will take on a7. No, he goes for the safe stuff.
And now he will play a3 just to avoid blundering this. b3, so it's a strange move. Okay. Okay. I guess it's not a bad setup because now he will play e4 and he has all the pawns protected and no real checks for black. So yeah. So no, actually it's okay.
King.
Okay, g4, good move because now.
h3 or h.
Yeah, but I mean still. Queen e6 is okay, queen f4, yeah. Because fg4, queen g4. And now queen d3 and yeah, and king f3. Okay, now he will win.
Yeah, it will be hard not to win this. Though he has only 13 seconds, 12 seconds.
Okay, he will give some checks. And then maybe... I mean, he just really needs to avoid blundering queen e3 check.
Queen c1 or queen
no,
d2.
I think he will go back. Yeah, he goes back, and now maybe h4. Yeah, good move. h4, then h5, and then eventually white will win. Yeah. So okay. It's now hard to jinx it, so I predict Armageddon. G5.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
G5. Okay, it's also good. Yeah, it's dead lost. He can take a pawn now.
He's not. He's very careful.
He actually forces a queen exchange with queen d4 check. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
he won. Black resigned.
This is it. Armageddon incoming.
What was a crushing opening preparation?
Yeah, fantastic novelty. I don't know. I sometimes feel that he plays his best novelties only in must-win games. So that's why he's so strong in them. Like he was playing some weird stuff in all those main games with white. And now he really needs to win. And he just wins, plays fantastic line and wins.
Well, it was a nice comeback by Anish. And I guess it happens rarely against Nepo that he caught up in opening like this. So who is playing with the white color in the next game?
I don't know. I guess there's a drawing of lots, probably. Let's bring in Tanya, who knows all the rules of this tournament. We'll be back with the Armageddon.
No, I think the first question is who chooses the color. Yeah, so someone chooses, and then he will choose something.
So, Sasha, you're absolutely right. In fact, it is going to be Jan Nepomniachtchi who is going to choose the color, because as per rules, the player who finishes ahead in the rankings in the preliminaries gets the right to pick the color for the Armageddon. Jan Nepomniachtchi finished second, Anish finished third, Das Jan picks the color. But I have to say, very impressive comebacks by Anish today, leveling the score in the rapid as well as the second blitz and taking the match to the Armageddon. It's going to be anyone's Armageddon. This one's not going to be easy. And I see we still have Judith and Sasha with us. So I'm going to throw a question to them. Do we have a clear favorite in this Armageddon?
I don't know who is playing better, the Armageddon type. I think it very much depends on their mental state now. How does Nepo is handling this loss, which was quite unexpected in such a way, I think. And who is going to be white?
We are waiting for an update on that. Nepo chooses white. So Jan gets an extra minute on the clock, while if the game ends in a draw, Anish levels the match score by winning the second set. So Anish Giri going into the Armageddon with 2 black pieces, which means he gets the result odds. And Judith, that was a very interesting point about how psychologically this whole match, where they are in their mind space right now. I think definitely harder for Jan because Anish has come back, leveling the score in both the rapid and the blitz, and especially the last blitz game was, I think, very intense and very well played by Anish. Sasha, your predictions for the Armageddon?
No, I think Jan will win, but I don't know. I'm rooting for some filthy stuff like rook against rook, white wins on time.
But I think Nepo chose being white because simply he's faster usually in other games. And if Garry can play very fast, I pick him.
No, but he can. I mean, once recently he beat Magnus playing half a minute against 1 minute, no increment. It's on another side. There are some bullet tournaments, and you can berserk, which means you start with half of the time. So it was a 1 minute tournament, and he berserked against Magnus and beat him. So he can be very fast with the mouse.
Yeah, okay, but it's different when you have a bullet game, or you start out with something and then you go down with the game. Because when you play a bullet, I think your mindset is like that you have your mouse in your hand and you just go for it. While if you start out with 5 minutes, then it depends probably a lot what kind of opening they start with, right?
No, of course, I think openings are very important in blitz and bullet. I mean, it's overlooked thing. People think it doesn't matter, but I think it matters really, really much.
As we know that we are discussing it with Garry also and others, I know that many players have their opening repertoire divided by for classical games, rapid, playoffs. Do you have any ideas that this is for the Armageddons, or you don't play so much that you have this in mind?
I don't think so that many people do. I mean, okay, for some time being, I had knight f3 and then second move d3. I really played it a lot in blitz and bullets. But now, okay, people caught up with this. You cannot surprise with this anymore.
And what about the strategy? On which side do you want to be, on the white side or black side? I know that some people are very much on this, or they choose a side that, oh, there is a huge advantage if you're white because you have more time and it's so much important. Or it's
no, I think it's really, chances are very equal. I think maybe black is a slight favorite, but psychologically it's more pleasant to play white, so it sort of cancels out.
Because you play double or nothing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like, okay, I go forward, and, you know, I die, you know, with the glory, sort of. And with black, okay, maybe you defend some little worse position for the whole game, and then finally you lose. I mean, it's just so disgusting.
Can we say that it's Nepo's character to choose white in such a situation?
I don't know. I think he just really wants to flag someone. That's what I heard. He,
Yeah, this is what I
after Magnus flagged him in one of those events, and Jan was black, so his dream is now to flag someone.
Yeah, I think he had some thoughts after that game where he lost on time against Magnus and probably decided he needs to take white every time.
Okay, so they're about to start, I guess. They're both very serious. So let's see. Oof.
Ooh,
We are so behind.
what a sharp game.
So fast.
Yeah, but don't underestimate it. I underestimated. With this structure, Magnus crushed Levon in a classical game, actually. So it's not so simple.
No, I understand that. Of course, it can be very difficult, but...
And now, if bishop b5, bishop take b5, I think black would have a very good position if he could play rook a8 to e7. But,
e7.
yeah, but since it's impossible, he has problems. And now, okay, so there is always some knight take d5 in the air, but I guess it's not good yet. Right? Okay.
Rook g3.
But it doesn't create real threats. I can play king.
Well, but the queen on d8 cannot be moving away to d7 and regroup it because the...
No, I will play king h8. So I mean, I think it's okay. So rook c3, bishop e4. So now it starts to get concrete because, okay, maybe you can play bishop c4, but yeah, and he does. Okay. Queen d7. Okay, both are playing fast. Both spent like 50 seconds.
White went back to b3?
No, but he was on f1. He played to c4 from f1.
Okay, sorry about that, sorry.
So he plays like late Sozin. And queen f5, what is this?
Bishop on b3 can't be happy. Not very active, it's a full defender.
Yeah.
So actually now if white would be taking on c7, queen g5 and queen c1, that's the idea.
What? And he takes. What a brave move. What is this? So queen g5, rook g3, queen c1, king h2, and if rook c7, queen f6. Wow.
Okay.
And again,
but here what about knight h5 first?
Yeah, no, it seems like black should have some interesting moves. But Anish plays queen g5, so let's see. Now maybe he will play check and queen f4.
Knight.
And
okay.
With the idea of knight h5 or maybe even h5 sometimes. So let's see.
Queen f4 is on the board.
So it's a very concrete. Just it
actually
started, you know,
h5.
so slow. Yeah, that's what I mean. Sometimes
after queen b6, I think h5 would be his move. Because now queen e3, the rook has to be, the knight has to be defended. But maybe knight b5 back.
In and that knight case, h5, queen e3, queen e5, yeah?
f4.
No, knight f4. So let's see what's the plan of
we have that in the on the board.
Maybe he wants to take on d6, queen d6, queen e4, and then just really his dream might come true.
But he cannot win that. He's worse.
No, I mean his dream to flag because then.
But he's not going to flag. His Garry is still over 2 minutes.
No, yes.
At least.
So knight c3. What is this? If f5 simply, what's the point?
Knight e2. Knight e2 is the point. And Anish
falls for it, yeah.
goes for it. Now queen e5, rook c3, or takes first and rook c3.
Yeah, it seems like this blunder will decide. So he goes for some queen
Just in a
h4.
second, the knight was still on c7. You don't pay attention and it's on e2.
Yeah.
Queen h4 is possible. I missed that.
Yes, but what if just rook somewhere? I don't know, c3 or g6? G6 is a bit complicated. But f3, what
goes
is this?
f3.
No, it looks terrible. It looks wrong because there will be some knight g3, and maybe queen f4. What is this? Fe4 and h5?
h5.
No, it's very strange mistake. I mean, it's clear it doesn't work. It just has no chance to work. Rare.
And this is what the game is on, h5. Wow.
And unfortunately for white, queen take g7 and knight take h5 doesn't work.
Yeah. h4.
Okay, now black doesn't even take.
Rook
I guess
e8.
he plays rook e8. Yeah, first. Also, queen f3. Okay, so he goes very safe move. Queen rook f8. He just wants to take. This is correct.
Well, they are about the same on time. Queen f3 takes rook f5.
Okay, so it will be very g5 now, and just king goes
Anish will
to
not
e5.
lose this one. I don't even see how white wants to play.
No, just make moves.
Yeah, and then give up the pawn.
This is hopeless. Anish is fast these days.
He
it's interesting that
resigned. Okay.
Okay, so we will have a fantastic match tomorrow, I'm sure. Jan is angry as hell now, but Anish also caught his rhythm, so let's see, it will be really fantastic match.
Can't wait. Thank you guys so much. That was fun.
Yeah, stay tuned. Stay tuned. See you tomorrow.
Oof. Quite a day, huh, Tanya?
Absolutely, and just all over. And what a comeback by Anish. I mean, you have to hand it to him. Just at every stage, rapid, he was down. Blitz portion, he was down. The Armageddon, just an absolutely insane Armageddon. He first missed knight e2, then Jan returned the favor. Very high stress situation. And for Anish to come on top, just full kudos to him, has earned the third day of the semifinals. I think Anish is going to be joining us shortly, Jan. But before that, let's take a look at what all of you have been talking about on Twitter while we wait for Anish Giri to join us. We had Max writing in with Chess Legends. After today's commentary, it would be amazing to see a banter blitz match between Judith and Garry. Watching them go back and forth over that Giri Nepo game was amazing. Judith, what do you say to this suggestion? A banter between you and Garry?
It's a nice idea, but I'm not sure. Maybe we'd like to stick to this analyzing other games than our own. Because our mistakes would be distracting us.
Fair enough, Judith. We'll have to make do with the banter in the analysis, and that was absolutely incredible. Let's move on to the next one. But before that, we do have information that I think Anish is not going to be joining us. So before we go ahead with the social media and the final wrap up, Judith, just going to ask you a final question for today. Your thoughts on how the matches went and your final thoughts for today.
They were very tough. Of course, well, Svidler could not make it against Magnus, right? It was not his day. But so we are not surprised so much that Magnus is in the final, waiting his finalist, the challenger. But this match between Garry and Nepo was very exciting, and you could see the character of Anish, that if he has to fight back, he's there, he's coming back. And I could see that in the previous game, how much someone can be unbalanced in a second. Like in the previous game, it was a shocking preparation by Anish with knight d4, beautiful things happening there. And I think Nepo probably didn't have enough time to recover mentally. And he just went with this last Armageddon game. And everything was happening too fast. And then, of course, you're not sure what will be the end. But I think here probably what we were seeing, that after knight e2, rook c3, if he goes, he just wanted to be more clever than he should have been probably. But it was a very nice maneuver coming back from c7 all the way to e2 to kick out the f4 queen. But for us, it's great because we're going to see more chess, and great, I think one of the two most interesting pairs in this way, that they can show great games and very interesting chess mostly.
Very, very interesting chess, absolutely, Judith. And I think in the Armageddon, this was the critical moment where the entire tactics in the position blew up when Jan took on c7. And a very nice idea that you mentioned, Judith, with the idea of playing queen c1 here, picking up the b2 pawn. So rook g3 was played and queen c1 check, the king moves. I think this was just such combative play from both sides. And what I really admired was that Anish really kept control on the clock as well.
Yes, that was very important, and I think he knows it also, that can be his weak spot. And in the Armageddon, of course, you have to be extremely fast, and that's why it means a lot in what shape you are and how much you can really focus 100% on every second what is really happening, because in a flash of a second you can lose or win. And here we see that after f3, Anish took the opportunity, then he found what he had to find after knight g3, queen f4, and the idea with all the pins, and to play h5, and white couldn't save the game. He couldn't even find anything that he would be fighting for or having a messy game. So it was quite easy already here for Anish to stabilize the position and to say, okay, this I'm not going to be losing. They had about the same time at this point.
And you were bang on with your assessment that it perhaps is going to be hard for Jan to play the Armageddon after the resourceful play that Anish had shown in the previous Blitz game. And with that, Judith, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll have you back tomorrow. We look forward to that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Bye, Judith. All right, so there we have it. Set 2 goes to Anish Giri. The way the day started, I was not expecting that. Jan looking super confident. I would say perhaps a lot of us weren't even expecting the Blitz game to happen after Jan drew first blood. But Anish Giri, what a king of comebacks he was in this match. And now we get a day 3 of the semifinals to decide who will be the second finalist. Magnus Carlsen has already booked his spot into the finals in a cruise through semifinals against Peter Swidler. Let's also just bring up the socials that we had. All right, so we had Ralph writing in with the Legends, commentating on the Legends. It's a pleasure to hear Garry and Judith analyze games, and there's no backing down from sharp lines. Ralph, absolutely not. I think when you've got players like Judith and Garry on, that's the kind of chess that we look forward to, and that's the chess that we look forward to seeing. I think the only sad part is that it's over. I don't know how we're going to recover from this, because it was just an epic moment in the Legends of Chess event to have these two legends amongst legends to commentate for the games. All right, let's move on. And we had Omkar writing in, am I in a dream? Thank you, chess24, watching Garry and Judith discussing positions, literally giving me goosebumps. You know what? I couldn't even believe that I'm on the same Zoom call as Garry and Judith at that point. It was insane to watch them analyze. I was majorly fangirling. Completely get what you're saying, Omkar. It really looked like we were straight in a dream, one that we didn't want to wake up from. Let's move on. And we had Vadevel writing in with analysis of Garry and Judith with the highlights of this tournament. Thank you so much. And once again, these are just a few of the messages that we've gotten. The love has been immense for the broadcast today. A big shout out to all of you for writing into us using the hashtag Chess Legends. We do have a day 3 of the semifinals, so keep doing that. Keep being a part of the show, because that's what gives us the energy to go on as well. All right, let's move on. And we had Dread with fascinating mental sparring in the Chess Legends commentary between Judith and Garry. I wish they were playing, but this is such a treat. I think so many of us have said this, and so many of us feel that the only thing that could have been better than what we had today was watching these two play. But this is the closest to that. So absolutely agree, Dread, but what a day this was. All right, let's move on. Daigo with, I woke up from a nap, turned on chess24 broadcast, Judith and Garry commentating. I might still be dreaming. Yes, as we spoke about this, I think it's a dream that unfortunately came to an end, but it was a fantastic couple of hours that we had with Garry, and he just seems so relaxed and so, you know, we have this perception of Garry Kasparov with this very intimidating, very strong presence, but I was amazed to just see how easy and relaxed Garry was in the broadcast today, and his analysis was spot on. All right, let's go on. We have chess player and author Carsten Hansen writing in with another amazing day of Chess Legends with commentary by Garry, Judith, Chrischuk, Jan. It is easy to feel spoiled as a chess fan these days. Thank you for making it happen. You know, I have to agree, Carsten. I think it's huge kudos to the world champion Magnus Carlsen for putting this entire chess tour together, and it's truly given us a lot of joy and a lot of positivity in these times. It was an incredible day, but thanks to everybody in the broadcast team, but also a big thanks to our audience, because whether it's Twitch, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Twitter, or the Chess24 chat, the energy, the feedback, the comments that you keep bringing in is what keeps us going. And I think with that, we have a wrap with our Twitter section for today, but it's not a wrap for chess on Chess24, because we do have a Q&A coming up with one of our legends of the event. Peter Lecco will be doing a Q&A shortly, and I think it's going to start in about 45 minutes. So whatever questions you have, send them across on, I think there's an article up on Chess24. Just look that up and send in your questions. You have to be premium to be a part of these Q&As. Lots of these Q&A and lots of these banter blitz coming up with our legends. It's a great time to go premium. 40% off deal using the code Chess Legends. Huge resource of material, of training material available on the website with unlimited access to all of that. Some of the video series authored by world champions themselves. So a great deal, not only to interact with these legends, but also to learn from them. And with that, I'm going to sign off, because I'll be seeing you guys very, very soon, very shortly, for the Q&A with Peter. I hope you guys had a good day. All right, good evening.
Go for a hike in the woods, preferably off trail, to make the trip even more stimulating for your brain. Nature walks can also reduce stress.